Trustees, the Superior McCaslin Interchange Metropolitan District Board of Directors, the Superior Metropolitan District No. 1 Board of Directors, and the Superior Urban Renewal Authority Board of Commissioners. Could we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Phyllis, could we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Clint Folsom.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mark Lasis.
Here.
Trustee Sandy Hammerly.
Here.
Ken Lish.
Here.
Kevin Ryan.
Here.
Neil Shaw.
Here.
Laura Skwasinski.
Here.
Town Manager Magley.
Here.
Town Attorney Kendra Carberry.
Here.
Town Clerk Phyllis.
All right, thank you. Next is the approval of the agenda. Do we have any items on the consent agenda that board members would potentially like to pull, or any other changes to the agenda?
I'd like to pull item 3C.
Okay. Any other changes to the agenda? All right. I will mention too, we've had, Laura, you wanted to be sure we end at 10:30?
I'm actually okay now. Go on.
Okay, okay. All right, we previously had a request to hard stop at 10:30. We'll see where we are at that point and go from there. All right, with that, I'll entertain a
My flight's
motion to...
6 a.m.
All right, good. I'll entertain a motion to approve these.
So moved.
All right, motion by Trustee Lish, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. All those in favor? All right, passes unanimous. All right, we'll next move on to reports. Who'd like to start?
First, I have no report.
Okay. Ken.
On October 2nd, I attended the Boulder County Consortium of Cities meeting. We heard a interesting presentation from the Area Agency on Aging. A few of the big takeaways: Boulder County is experiencing an unprecedented change in its population, with a large increase in the percent of older folks within our Boulder County area. The incidence of chronic disease and disability are on the rise. There are groups within our community who have unique and special needs, whether it's through language, transportation, any number of reasons. There is an experience of ageism within the community that the folks are feeling. There are both formal and informal caregivers that are in short and decreasing supply, which is becoming a great challenge for this particular segment of our community. And there are shared priority concerns across the communities that relate to housing, transportation, social isolation, and services in general for the community. I did forward along the presentation that we received along with some additional information to the rest of the board if anybody's further curious. We also did discuss the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport study that was presented by our consultants, and I think we'll talk about that more with the agenda item later this evening. On October 3rd, I attended a budget meeting with most everybody else up here. On October 4th, I attended First Fridays. And on October 10th, I attended an ACES meeting where we discussed the preliminary work results related to, or the preliminary work related to Excel's Partner in Energy program. And we started discussing the preliminary results of the waste sort program that took place over the past year. There'll be more information on that effort at future meetings.
Thanks, Ken. Laura?
So along with Ken and all of you, I attended the airport meeting on the 30th. I just want to encourage the community. That meeting was held at the Louisville Recreation Center. And I know there were some residents from Superior in attendance, but it wasn't televised as is our usual habit when we have meetings here. However, Louisville did tape the proceedings and they are now up on the town website. So for those who are interested in seeing the report, I would certainly encourage you to go out and watch the video and read through the report. October 3rd, the budget meeting along with everyone. On First Friday, though, I do want to call out for those who weren't able to attend some of the topics we covered. As expected, the airport came up quite a bit. We also talked about landscaping, the timeline for construction of Promenade Drive, the Zaharias development, the Open Space Fund, which I will bring up more on that in our budget discussion later, the playground in North Rock Creek, 1500 Colton Road, the new email system, and pickleball. On the topic of 1500 Colton Road, or as some people know it, the former Land Rover facility, we did have our first Friday there instead of at a local coffee shop. And Trustee Hammerly and I both agreed that it worked out very, very well to host it there. It was much easier to hear everyone when you don't have coffee machines going on in the background. And it also just was a little bit of a larger venue, more opportunity for people to get to know each other. So I think going forward, we will be trying to do that there in the future. On October 7th, I was sitting on the Transportation and Safety Committee. I'll let Kevin speak a little bit more to that as the chair. And finally, this upcoming Friday, we have a meeting of the Superior Historical Commission, which both Ken and I are unable to cover, so wanted to see if anyone else on the board might be able to do that from 10 to noon on Friday. I won't ask someone to commit right now, but I'll check in with y'all after the meeting. Thank you.
Thanks. Kevin.
Evening. Don't have any major reports. There was the Traffic and Safety, Transportation and Safety Committee meeting last Monday. So what was that, the 7th, I believe. We'll have detailed minutes, but we'll call to your attention. We did make a determination for the removal of the stop signs on Weldona. We've solved the significant problems that were identified by closing the road, and the stop signs and the speed bumps were determined to be redundant. The speed bumps also are not necessary, but frankly, there is a cost of about $10,000 to remove the speed bumps, so it's just not recommended that we remove the speed bumps at this point. Let's focus our resources on the tens of miles elsewhere within the community, and then potentially revisit that in a future year. Not looking at my notes this second, just leaning on my TSC members. Yeah. Were there other major issues for the TSC that we need to bring to the attention of the board? We have a few ongoing projects, but I think that was the one we wanted to make you guys aware of.
Yes.
Okay. That's it.
All right, thanks. Neil.
Thank you, and good evening. On September 25th, I attended the North Pitkin Traffic Calming Neighborhood meeting that was administered by Carlos Hernandez and Alex Arnello, and that fed into the TSC meeting. What I want to call to the board's attention, if you have the opportunity to attend one of these neighborhood meetings, I highly recommend it. This was my second one. Alex and Carlos do a fantastic job of making sure no one's throwing chairs at one another, because when it comes to traffic in neighborhoods, it can be contentious, but I've been very impressed with their ability to get the neighborhood to kind of coalesce around some ideas. On September 30th, along with a couple other members here, I did attend a meeting with the FAA at the Rocky Mountain Municipal Airport. It was a meeting that was actually requested for by the FAA. I suspect that many people who were there would walk away with different takeaways from the meeting, but for me, it was clear that the FAA is looking to the community to come together and develop collaborative solutions. One of their recommendations, and I think the one that they stand behind the most, is moving forward on an airport roundtable. On October 2nd, I covered the SYLC meeting for Mark Lasis. SYLC, as is in the packet tonight, they put their work plan together for 2020, and I got to say it's very robust, and there's quite a bit in there. What's great about the SYLC work plan is they're looking way beyond their own organization to see how they can help the rest of the community. A couple things I want to call everybody's attention to, and we talked about a little bit about this morning, is working with the chamber at the career fair, this evening, working with the sports table and parents' night out, and even a cyber senior night to help seniors who get new electronic devices. I'm anxious to see them execute on all these ideas. Let's see, and then, one thing on the TSC, I'm happy to announce that the pedestrian crossing on Colton as part of the pedestrian crossing on Colton as part of the Colton overlay is nearly open, and that's another thing that I think the TSC helped, along with the board and Alex, to bring forward. And finally, on October 11th, Trustee Hammerly and I met with Boulder County Commissioner Matt Jones to talk about the commission's upcoming meeting with the Jefferson County Commissioners. And that's kind of about it.
Thank you. Sandy.
Pretty much everybody's covered everything that I would have covered, other than the Open Space Advisory Committee has asked the board to make a decision on naming the trailhead, the new trailhead off of McCaslin as soon as possible. They would like to get it named so they can get a sign up. And so I just wanted to reiterate that to the board, that they would like us to do that quickly. There was some information on the names in the packet that we got earlier on the trailhead and some enhancements to it. So if there's any way we can get that on a future agenda as quickly as possible, that'd be great. All right. And other than that, I would reiterate Trustee Shaw's impressions of what we heard from the FAA regional representatives on September 30th. The FAA really seemed to be encouraging us to try and get this regional roundtable established so that we can get all of our jurisdictions working together on this. If it's just the town of Superior and just the town of Louisville, the traffic's going to go somewhere, so we all need to learn to work together on this. So that's the only other thing that I would like to reiterate.
Okay, thanks, Sandy. On October 2nd, last week, I attended the monthly, or every other month, the Metro Mayor's Caucus meets and attended that meeting. And one of the several presentations we had was on the U.S. Census, and town staff sent out a good summary message this morning about things to be aware of regarding the census. And Sandy, you also sent me an image of a letter we thought might be a scam. That's something the census wanted people to be aware of, is that there are some scammers out there trying to gather information before the actual census goes out. But the Census Bureau also does periodic mailings that are legitimate. So it's best to dig deep and make sure you know what you're responding to if you get something that you're not sure about. So, and that is it for my announcements. Matt?
Just one for me. We had scheduled a couple of weeks ago asphalt patch repair work on McCaslin near the Ridge subdivision at High Plains Drive, in that area there. There was equipment problems when it was supposed to be, so now it's going to be this Wednesday for that patch repair work on McCaslin. So there'll be flaggers out there in one lane in that direction. So there'll be traffic control out there for that patch work. It'll just be for the day though.
So where's last time we did that, there was the bike lane closed, but there was no notice that the bike lane closed until you were already there. And I happen to be in the unfortunate situation of watching a parent and child trying to cross. They didn't know it was closed until they got there and saw bike lane closed.
Right.
What's our plan there? Hopefully we could just move the sign down half a mile. So
By McCaslin?
Yeah. If we're doing patchwork and the bike lane is closed, I'd like for the bike lane closed sign to be somewhere where somebody can safely cross.
Yeah, I'd be at the light there because you can get to the trail connection.
That would be great.
Yeah.
That's not where it was last time.
Yeah.
So let's just make sure, just as a matter of practice.
I'll follow up and double check.
Just anytime there's construction, let's just have the guys navigate the bikes before
they get there.
Before they get there. When somebody's like, great, I didn't know, it's one thing road is closed, you could loop around. When you're on a bike, you don't have that luxury. Thank you.
And some of the hardcore bikers will probably merge with traffic.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Well, I'm worried about them too, but I'm mostly worried about the family.
One quick question for you, Matt. Where are we on our search for a new Parks and Rec director?
We had interviews today, 6 finalists. I'm meeting myself with 5 of them tomorrow. I met with one today, and we'll get together as a staff Wednesday and hopefully have a selection made by the end of the week.
Great. That's all I wanted was an update. Thank you.
Kendra?
I don't have anything, thanks.
Thanks. And Phyllis? Okay, very good. All right, we're now on to the public comment section. If there's anyone in the public that would like to make public comment, now is the time. If you wanted to comment on some of the agenda items, you're welcome to wait until that agenda item or now, either as schedule allows. So, Gladys, you're up.
Gladys Fortune, 404 South 3rd Avenue. You all received a Cookie with Veterans flyer. This contest is creating a little bit of activity. There will be ribbons given for the different categories. There's 4 different categories and there's 6 different divisions. You are in the public service division. Your competition is the fire department. The fire department made their own cookies last year and brought them. So staff, if you want to get involved in this, why, you could get into the public service also. But anyway, November 11th, 11 a.m., Asti Park. I have a written document that I would like to read. I was here in June asking Original Town Power Lines be buried cost to be included in the October 2020 budget. I was back in September and actually was told costs of the scenario after many years of rejection by staff. However, I attended, the 2020 town budget review in September, and those costs were not included in the 2020 town budget. Now, while one of you 6 trustees has not reviewed the dangerous power line scenario in the Southwest Original Town alleys or the 2 open telephone boxes on South 3rd Avenue. 1 hailstone, 1 Boulder County wind gust, 1 live wire from that open box can cause a present California disaster instantly. Staff has not corrected the scenario either. Original Town, excuse me. Original Town has been sucked into Superior Metropolitan District when we were not supposed to be, i.e. monies to be to a project. Original Town has watched Superior Town Center develop, excuse me, develop with buried underlines and maintained our opinions regarding the project. We've watched you 21st century residents get your broadband or high-tech towers. New development in Original Town has gotten their buried utility lines while bordering our property lines on 2nd Avenue. All of the above with one way or another with budget dollars, i.e. no town, excuse me. I'm sorry. You were elected by our Original Town votes. Now stand up and include buried Original Town utility lines with the 2020 budget. Original Town residents have paid their share via multiple projects. Now again, if it wasn't for Original Town, you wouldn't be here. It's 21st century, remember? Bury our property line, bury our power lines. I wanted to make a comment about the chamber and also about OSAC. I understand the chamber requesting money and stuff, but this seems to be that it is subsidizing a private entity. On OSAC, the Shan Shan project is double taxation. They have money to do that project. Why take more money from out of our budget to do that? That's double taxation.
Okay, thank you for the comments. Additional public comment?
How you doing this evening, board? Brad Walker, Town of Superior. Obviously, I have some comments about tonight's agenda item concerning the airport consultant recommendations. I'm sure you thought that that's what my comments were going to be about. I would like to say the consultants have been good stewards of your trust and dollars. I have attended numerous meetings at the airport with the FAA, where they have advocated extensively for your interest. They have always argued on your behalf and have been strong advocates for your interest. At the same time, they do understand the limitations imposed by federal law and FAA regulations. I'd like to point out a couple comments from Trustee Laces. When you say things like specific flight school, it makes me think you're looking for a particular flight school to target for some type of action. I'd like to point out that this could be viewed as discriminatory. If you want to apply some type of, if you want to focus attention on a particular activity like touch and goes, for example, you would need to apply this to an entire class of operations by the airplanes. I'm a frequent customer of the flight schools at RMMA, and any attempt to single out a particular flight school whom are following the law and regulations would cause me to promptly bring this up with the FAA Office of Inspector General. Trustee Ryan, I just don't get you. I'm sorry, buddy, but I just don't understand you. You refuse to see your limitations in this matter, and it severely hurts your credibility. You mentioned at the joint meeting the FAA has been invited to attend. This is factually incorrect. David Sumi, who is the regional administrator for the Northwest Mountain, which is comprised of 7 states, including Colorado, said he would be happy to have a meeting with proper notice so that he could make sure the proper officials would be in attendance. It's completely unrealistic to drop a meeting notice on an individual at the last moment in the middle of the afternoon on the day of the meeting. You or the town manager could have easily notified him this was coming up, and I'm confident that he would have made the necessary arrangements. It makes me think you're practicing ambush politics. Numerous times you've been informed restrictions on touch and goes at the airport are completely voluntary. I'd like to remind this board this policy has not changed, nor will it, in spite of which several members might desire. I've watched the meeting video several times. I'd like to remind the board, and you in particular, voluntary restrictions with penalties are completely and totally a gross violation of federal law and FAA regulations. It might have been at your expectation from the consultants this would be an end goal, but I have told you, as have others, there will be no penalties. Mr. Sumi also sternly warned you this would be a legal violation and he would not allow it. So, Mr. Ryan, I'm left with the impression that you really have no desire to constructively work with the airport and pilot community. You continue to advocate policies that will never be implemented. And while it might make you look good in the eyes of your constituents, it hurts your credibility with those of whom you need to help implement change, and leaves the voters of Superior with unfulfilled promises. Lastly, the Airport Noise Roundtable would be a great resource whereby all parties with an interest in RMMA could air concerns and work toward meaningful change. I believe that ABCX2 consultants would be a very good steward to help make this happen. In addition, I would respectfully ask to move the responsibility out of the Parks and Recreation Department and into the direct supervision of the town manager. My opinion is the board is not getting enough traction on this matter, and having this program run by the town manager would be a significant improvement. Respectfully, Brad Walker. And then I had another comment about First Friday. I'm sorry I wasn't able to attend. I was not going to talk about airport stuff. I just really wanted to see the inside of the building. And I do hope that we do have that in the future at the former Land River facility. Have a good day.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Any additional public comment? Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Daryl McCool, Chair of the CAPS Committee.
Melinda Tan, Co-Chair of CAPS.
That's funny. A little behind out there. Good evening. We just wanted to talk to you, give you a little update on what CAPS is doing. And one of the things that has come up is that we'd like to hold an event at the Colton location, a December event. We've discovered that Happy City will be coming to present their master plan to the public at that point in time. And we've talked about, just doing an open house or a talk the way that we did originally when Happy City came. And those weren't as successful as the Superior main event or even the Shindig. When they came to the Shindig and it was tied to an event, we got a ton of great public comment and input. And so we'd really like to be successful. And so we're hoping and planning a holiday event that would appeal to a wide demographic. And we've had some pretty cool ideas about what we could potentially do that would draw in one of the demographics that I just feel really is important to touch on is the teens. And Melinda's got some comments about this great idea that we've come up with.
Well, I think one of the hardest populations to woo to events are men and teens. We really want everyone's input. So I think for most of the events that we have held, it's for families. And so I think we've gotten a pretty wide good input from that demographic. But for this event, this is exciting because Happy City is presenting the first draft of the community engagement, the whole master plan. So we want everyone to come. So the idea that we had would be held at the Colton, which is a free venue. And then we thought we'd call it the Pinball Blizzard because we thought pinball would bring men and teens, right, guys? And then the Blizzard aspect would, clearly it would be winter. I think
we could tie crafts into that.
We could easily tie crafts into the Blizzard theme and decorate the Colton venue and maybe have food trucks. And then Daryl thought we could invite some of the local residents and businesses to help facilitate some of the crafts. And so it would be kind of an all-engaging event. And we think that would help bring lots of people to Colton to talk to Mitchell and to see, the plans laid out. And anyway, we think it's a great idea.
And we can give you more details if you have questions, thoughts, concerns. And we know that, that you were concerned with the shindig and we feel that we've really done a good job of showing you that we can run a fantastic event and be successful at it. So we'd really like your blessing on being able to do a holiday event so that we can really showcase the master plan to the public.
I'm sorry, did you say you had a date picked already?
December 8th, yes. I think that was when Mitchell was coming anyway. He was planning on being here, and so that just, sometimes those dates just happen for us. It would be a Sunday afternoon, hopefully, after the Broncos game.
Okay, thank you very much for the update. Appreciate it. Additional public comment? Any additional public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to presentations. We have none, and we'll move on to the consent agenda. We have consent agenda as items A, B, D, E, and F. We've pulled C, and we'll talk about that in a moment, but I think we'll need a roll call vote for this. Is that correct? We'll need a roll call vote for the, okay. All right, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
All right. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Trustee Hammerly. Roll call vote.
Hammerly,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Squazinski,
Yes.
Olson.
Yes. All right, thank you. Motion passes unanimously. We're on to item 3C, which is adoption of an ordinance authorizing the town to enter a lease financing to reimburse the town for the cost of acquiring certain property, authorizing documents in connection therewith, setting forth parameters and restrictions with respect to the lease financing, and providing for other matters related thereto. Ken.
I just had a few questions, mostly for the benefit of our residents who actually tried to read through some of these agreements. It was a bit, I think some of it was complicated. And Paul, if I could ask if you could give a quick summary of why we're using a lease purchase agreement rather than a traditional loan. I think that might help anybody who's watching at home.
Paul Nellis, town staff. I'll give a brief overview here, but it may be beneficial to have our bond counsel in attendance this evening. Our bond counsel for this particular transaction is Butler Snow, represented by Sally Tasker this evening. If the board will remember, several months ago when we were discussing the acquisition of this particular property, staff had talked to the board about financing alternatives. And generally what we're looking at is lease financing, which would in effect utilize bank financing for this particular loan versus a more traditional underwriting and sale of bonds. And really there are a couple of reasons why we elected to do the lease financing through banks, in that it is a much simpler, easier transaction to initiate just from a time perspective. it is cheaper for issuance costs. Interest very, very comparable, very, very competitive, and the terms actually are pretty competitive. So really from a cost perspective and a flexibility perspective is why we entered into the lease financing. Having said that, though, as you identified, Trustee Lish, there is some level of complexity with these particular documents, and if you'll indulge staff, I'd like Ms. Tasker just to take a few minutes to identify the agreements we're getting into. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Board of Trustees. My name's Sally Tasker. I'm with the law firm of Butler Snow, and we are bond counsel on this transaction. So I'm not really sure how much detail you'd like me to get into.
You can keep it high level.
I could go on forever and ever because I love these types of deals. But in essence, what is happening is you are taking property that you own, the one you acquired at 1500 Colton, and you're adding another piece of property. And what you do is you're leasing it to a trustee under a site lease, and they prepay their rent for that entire term, which is the money that you're borrowing, the $2.2 million. So the bank actually buys the right to participate in the lease, and I know this is complicated. So after you lease it to the trustee, they lease it right back. So you are, in essence, making rental payments every year for the use of the property, and the rental payments match up to the principal you borrowed plus an interest rate, which I think is 2.54%. And this is amortized out over 15 years. Now, the benefit to the town is this is not a debt for legal purposes. This is an annual lease every year. So you'll have to put it in your budget every year to make rental payments. And if for whatever reason you don't, then the trustee has the right to the property until, in essence, the bank is paid back, and then you get the property back free and clear. So I know that's about as simple as I can make it because it's pretty complicated.
I appreciate that, and I think if we have anybody watching at home that's more interested, the agreement's pretty well laid out. I will ask one question. So are there unique risks associated with a lease purchase agreement that wouldn't be applicable to a standard loan?
Is there increased risk?
Unique risks.
Oh, unique. I think actually the risk is more to the lender. If you have a loan, you make an obligation, you repay it back, in this case over 15 years at a certain interest rate, and that's an obligation they can enforce against you. In this case, the lender has the right to receive your rental payments if you make an appropriation. So the risk is really more to the lender, but candidly, they look to your credit. They expect you to renew your lease. If you don't renew the lease, then they get the leased property. But this is very standard. We do huge leases, hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions, in the state of Colorado. It's a pretty common technique, but there really isn't more risk to the town. I think there's more risk to your lender. Not that it's risky, but right. If you were enter into a bond, for example, and you went out for a traditional underwriting, the bond is just like a promissory note. Mm-hmm. It's a promise to repay with a certain interest rate. And if you don't repay it, there's consequences and remedies. Under a lease, once you've appropriated and you've said you'll pay that lease, you have to pay that year, but you don't have to pay others. So you're not borrowing under a lease.
Right.
So does that make sense?
Yes, okay. I appreciate that.
Sure.
As noted in the documents, Town Hall is included within this agreement.
It is.
As collateral. Is that something that's fairly normal and standard within this type of agreement?
It is. And again, the risk to your lender is that if you don't have something essential, the lender feels there might be more likelihood that you could not appropriate the lease. So for example, one of the first ones that I worked on more years ago than I'm going to admit, we had open space, and the lender said, that's not going to work. So they put up Town Hall. Almost invariably, I think lenders like essential property so that they know that the town is very motivated to renew your lease, because if you don't, they can move into Town Hall and you have to move out. So it's important to have essential property. That's what really makes this go. So if you did want to do open space, they'd make us put something essential. Not that the Colton property isn't essential, but they do love town halls.
Perfect, I appreciate that. I did notice a clause in there that seemed somewhat subjective. It was a quiet enjoyment clause in both the site lease agreement and the lease agreement itself. How exactly is quiet enjoyment defined, and would music coming from, I mean, I'm trying to understand the parameters, food trucks outside, outdoor activities.
No, quiet enjoyment, I think, is a real estate term, just that as long as you're making your lease payments, you have the right to the property. It doesn't have to do with a noise violation.
Perfect.
Kendra would probably know that more than I.
Quiet enjoyment is a term that in any lease that you would sign just means that your landlord won't be bothering you while you're quietly enjoying the property.
Excellent.
So you can have food trucks and you can have music.
Yeah.
Yes.
Quietly.
Yes. I think it's more like a non-disturbance, I think is what it means.
And then just a final question that I've been asked a few times already. Using the lease purchase agreement, does this limit our future options in any way in regard to how we can use the property, whether it's leasing it out to a commercial entity, either in part or in whole, or even selling the property?
That's a great question. I'm really glad you brought that up. We are closing this transaction as tax exempt. So that means that the holder of the certificate of participation, which is the bank, they do not pay federal taxes on the interest that they receive. And because that's the case, you get a lower interest rate. But the federal government does not give away their money without rules. And the Internal Revenue Code, as you can imagine. So one of them is that the federal government does not want to give you a break on the interest rate if you're going to be benefiting private businesses. So there is definitely a restriction on private business use. If you have more than 10% private business use, then the bonds, the COPs would become taxable. So one of the reasons this bank was chosen is they are allowing prepayment at any time in whole or in part without a prepayment penalty. So our understanding is you're not, and again, we're not looking at town hall. It's not the leased property we're looking at, it's what we're financing. You're financing 1500 Colton. That's the facility that's being financed with tax exempt obligations. So that's the facility we look to. And if you do want to do private use, one of the things that we are flexible with, we may want to take out some of it and put in a taxable component and a tax exempt. And also you want to be able to maybe do some improvements with more financing. So this bank's also allowing us to do under the same lease additional financing. So we will help you navigate this. But when you're closing, our understanding right now is you do have public use, there's no private use. But as you start looking at options and alternatives, it's not that you can't do it, it's just we're gonna have to navigate you through it, and you may have to take out your tax exempt debt and replace it with taxable, depending on what the rates are. I don't know what that will cost you. Does that help you?
It does, I appreciate it. Sure. Thank you for indulging me.
Oh, no, it's, like I said, I could stand up here for hours, but I know you don't want me to, so.
So I just want to clarify that. So there would be no restriction. It would just be, okay, to your point, the government doesn't like to lend out their money tax-free, effectively. And so if there was some private use, we would work with you and your colleagues, our bond counsel, to make that appropriate adjustment. And instead of because the money is pretty cheap, there may be some adjustments on I don't want to say the lending rate because it's not a loan, but on the rate.
When you enter into this transaction tax exempt, you will have restrictions. You will covenant that you will not have more than 10% private use. There's limitations on how you can invest money, although in this case, it's not going to really apply because you're just reimbursing yourself. But there will be limitations that you will be living within so that we can give our opinion on the date you close that it is tax exempt. And our opinion relies that you will comply with those. But as your situation changes, then the bank is aware that we may be taking out all or a portion of it, because if you don't want to live with the tax limitations, we can refinance you. But we will have to refinance into a taxable obligation or partially. Does that answer your question?
And would that, I think so, would that refinancing be with the existing lender, or that would be with any lender?
Well, you would have the option to do any lender. I'm sure your existing lender who wants to work with you would want to do that, but you're not restricted to that. We have not, the documents do not say we can only refinance with this lender. It says you can prepay in whole or in part at any time with no restriction, which I believe is one of the reasons you picked this lender, because it was competitive, and this was the one lender that was competitive with their interest rate that also had that. But we don't want to tell you you can just do it, because you can't. If you want to do private use, private business use, then we'll work with you on what it will look like as you refinance and you go forward. But I think my tax partner would like me to also say that when you close, your reasonable expectation should be that you're intending right now to have public use. If you know before we close that you're going to do private use, we might want to consider doing a taxable bond, or at least part of it, taxable COP. Because we are going to ask you about your reasonable expectations as of closing. Okay? I thought you would have questions because you're the lawyer, right?
I guess my question is, what if we have no clear idea as to what the use is going to be at this juncture, right? So
right.
You know, if we don't have an identified private party that we're going to be partnering right now, so
right.
It, in theory, could be a public use, in theory, it could be a private use, or it could be any combination. We just don't know yet because we haven't identified who the private user or users are going to be. Would it still be your recommendation then to move forward with this? Because under the circumstances as they exist right now, because we don't have a identified private party that we're going to be working with, we still can in good faith say we have a bona fide intention to use this for public purposes.
Yes, I think that's correct. And we were told that from the very beginning, that the use could change, and that you were acquiring this building now, we were using these proceeds to reimburse the town, but you wanted to be flexible, and that's fine. As long as on the date we close, you don't have a contract with some private business to take it over, then we're good. Does that make sense?
Yeah. With respect to the percentage, the 10% private use, how is that calculated? Is that based on usage over the course of the 12 months? You know, could we rent it out for 1 month to a private party entirely, and then 11 months use it for public purposes? And would that, you know, fall under the threshold of 10%, or is it a?
That's another great question. You guys are really smart.
Square footage that's going to be occupied?
Right. Well, there's two different ways, and I will confess that I'm not the tax partner. I know enough just to be dangerous and go run to her office. One way is to measure by square footage. Let's say you wanted to put a Starbucks in there, and that's obviously a private business. Then you would measure by square feet. They have more than 10%. If you want to do contracts, there are certain short-term contracts that don't count. Like I think the people that were here earlier who wanted to use the venue, well, that wasn't a private business use, but you can have short-term uses that don't count. If you have longer-term contracts, then the rules get pretty complicated. So we could work with you on that. I know, for example, like with ice arenas and things, if you were to have like a private hockey league come in and you had a certain number of days, then it would start to count. But if you just had the Boy Scouts were coming in every once in a while and they were using the rink, that wouldn't count. So there are a lot of rules that we'll work with you on. So it isn't necessarily that you would rent it out for 1 month and that would only be 1/12. It would really be the terms of your contract and what the other contracts were, because they're aggregated together.
And what about uses that aren't within the four corners of the building, right?
Right.
You know, so if you had food trucks that were showing up in the parking lot.
Oh, I think that's fine. Yeah, we don't have problems with food trucks in the parking lot. Unless they have a right to park there. I don't know. I'd have to ask my partner on that one. So you guys have great questions. Next time I'm having Renee stand up here and talk to you. But it really is a case by case. As you explore your uses, we'll look at each one of them with you.
What would be the consequence if, let's say, we intended to just use 10% for private purposes, but we went over by 1%? Would that just
then
cause
then the
entire bond
COPs are
payment to
taxable.
default?
If the COPs are taxable then. If the IRS came in and audited, they would find that it was taxable, so then you'd have to work into some sort of arrangement with the IRS because it's actually the bank that's going to be paying that. And normally you don't want the lender to have to bear that. You'd have to do some sort of remedial action. But that's why we usually don't recommend you go right up to the 10%. We don't like to give it all away up front, but we can, I mean, that is the consequence. If you break the rules, the bank has to pay income tax on the interest. Now, but, you know, we can work through that too with you. But generally speaking, if that happens, the issuer of the bonds, which I know it's not bonds, but the issuer is the one that enters into some sort of remedial action because you generally don't have the lender take the hit for the fact that you didn't follow through on your tax covenants.
Are there other strategies to parse or sever the property, for example? Let's assume to parse the property or sever the property. Let's assume that, so I know nothing about this, right? So this is education and informative, but the rules are 90-10.
Right.
And let's say that, so your advice to clients are, you know, don't go anywhere near the 10, go 8, right?
Right.
But is there, if you're looking at a property that's obviously can be chunked, componentized.
Right.
I don't know if this one is, but could you suggest that, okay, for, you know, 40%, I'm going to do a loan on 40% of this element and then a loan on 60% of that element. And then the 60% is clearly taxable. The 40% may not be taxable. Are there, I don't want to call them strategies, but are there other things that your clients have done when they've looked at this 90-10 rule? Because I suspect
there are. The IRS has recently done a lot of allocation rules that actually make it easier. Let me tell you one that I'm most recently familiar with. It was a COP financing for a parking garage. And 155 of the spaces were set aside for the tenants in the apartments. And that was clearly a taxable use because it was to benefit those private apartments. But there had been equity that the city had put into other parts of the project, so we could allocate that around. So if you do a taxable financing, the IRS is going to let you float your equity through the project. So you don't have to say, this 40% over here, you can't have anything over here that's governmental, and over here you can't have anything that's private. They do let you float the equity through, and if you do a taxable, they consider that to be equity. Anything that's not from tax exempt, they'll float it through. So we have seen that. And I think that's the reason why your financial advisor was saying that it was so important to do redemption at any time, at any amount. Because if that comes up and we just want to take out 50%, so we do $1 million in taxable, then that will float through. And you, in essence, now will have 50% that they're saying was not financed from the tax exempt bonds. Does that make sense to you?
It does.
It gets very complicated, but I think the way I always remember it is the IRS just wants to make sure that they can trace your money and that you're using it for public purposes. They don't want tax exempt money being used to benefit one private business over another.
Okay, so I want to just make sure I understand this. So, for example, I'm going to come up with a scenario that we've not contemplated, won't do. So everybody watching at home, don't worry. But let's say we wanted to spend $1 million there and relocate Town Hall to 1500 Colton on that $1 million. So we're going to do $1 million worth of improvement.
Okay.
Could we then, that $1 million worth of improvement for 1500 Colton would fall under the tax exempt bonds, and the rest of the building is going to be a Starbucks, which would clearly be, non-tax exempt. We could do the $1 million improvement for the Town Hall relocation and build out, and the rest of the Starbucks is taxable, obviously.
Well, in that situation, you'd have, let's just say round it to 2 because it's 2.2. But let's say you have $2 million of tax exempt, then you'd have $1 million of equity. So it'd really be more 2/3, 1/3.
Okay.
So you wouldn't necessarily replace it. You'd say you bought it for $2 million, you put in $1 million, you have $1 million of equity. So about 33% can be private use.
Got it.
Okay. Oh, well, actually it's 33 plus 10.
Right.
So you get 10 for free, and the 33 you paid for.
Got it.
Okay. Now everybody's gone to sleep. They've changed the channel and they're watching football, right?
Let me just ask a follow-up on with respect to, this particular lease financing arrangement that we're contemplating tonight, so you mentioned that, in the event that the town goes in a different direction where the 90-10 rule would require a refinancing.
Right.
I guess number one, what are the costs associated, generally speaking, with a deal of, that magnitude? And then number two, is there any benefit to us kind of not going forward with this right now and instead kind of going through the process of talking with the architects and figuring out what exactly the use is going to be before we actually close on a transaction now that we may have to refinance in the future? Right, so I don't want us to unnecessarily incur additional closing costs if it's kind of reasonably foreseeable that this sort of financing arrangement isn't going to work out.
I think I will defer to Jason Simmons. He's with Hilltop. He's your financial advisor. He'll know a lot more about costs of refinancing or taxable.
Hi, good evening. Jason Simmons, Hilltop Securities. We're the town's financial advisor and have assisted with this financing. The costs of refinancing are really just legal costs and our costs. So there's a trustee costs and title insurance costs. So I'd say $70,000 to $80,000 if you were to refund the entire thing. Just kind of depends on if you can refund the entire thing or just a portion, but that's about what the cost of these transactions are.
Could you say those numbers again?
I said $60,000 to $70,000.
Okay, and then the second part of his question was, or maybe one for staff, is advantages, disadvantages of doing this now versus potentially waiting.
I mean, from our perspective, it's a very favorable environment right now. Depending on how long it takes to come to a final conclusion about what you want to do with the property, interest rates could be different. We are currently in an interest rate market where the expectation are they're going to be relatively stable over the next year. So it's not like a year ago, we would have said we're probably looking at an increasing interest rate environment, but we're not in that situation now. So I would think that the interest rate market's going to be pretty stable over the next 6 to 8 months. We're seeing a lot of kind of weekly volatility up and down, but they just kind of go up and go back down. So that's the benefit of it from that perspective. Also, the bank market is very flexible. You do have a lot of prepayment flexibility we've been talking about. We don't know. Banks can kind of change their view on those kind of things pretty regularly. But so right now, I think from a financing perspective, you have a very favorable financing. And, the town is out $3.8 million, and so they want to reimburse themselves for that financing as well.
Okay. All right, any further questions from the board?
So, Paul, this one's probably for you. Let's just run a scenario, and I think where Mark was probably going with this, that we get a year down the road where we've finally gone through public engagement. We've seen the architects, and we actually have a plan that we're implementing and hopefully have implemented. And some of that involves, let's say, more than 10% commercial. Have we done a disservice to ourselves by putting ourselves into this agreement tonight rather than waiting that year? Or is it too risky to continue to have that $3.8 million cash out that we've already spent?
Are we doing ourselves a disservice? I think we are. If we're not going to reimburse the town its initial investment of $3.8 million, I think that is in fact a disservice. There's a risk associated with that, obviously. All initial indications are that, at least right now, a portion, perhaps a majority portion of that facility will be public use. Obviously there's a extensive engagement process that we'll need to go through. But with the relatively low interest rate, the risk of a refinancing and the costs associated with that, from my perspective, are relatively innocuous. You're talking roughly 2% of the loan value. Yes, potentially that is out there, but I think highest and best use is to reimburse the town for its particular funds, and then as we go through the engagement and determine ultimate use, we'll work through the issues which Sally and Jason have mentioned.
And just to make sure I'm understanding, Jason, what you said, the 60 to 70,000, that almost sounded like it was a sliding scale. So if we were to do 100% of this and flip it over to commercial or something of that nature, then it'd be higher. But let's say it's only 30%.
No, I'd say those are kind of minimum fees, I would say.
Okay.
So I would say that's kind of the range, whether you do partial or all. Most of the fees in this situation don't range up and down based on the size of the financing.
Okay. It was just the way you answered it that
no, I
made me
agree.
think otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
One additional question. With respect to the kind of tax treatment of this and, whether we're going to run afoul of the 90-20 rule, does that, is that only, for-profit businesses that are going to kind of go into that 10%? And, so let's say hypothetically we leased it to instead of C Corp, like a B Corp, right? Or a 501c3, not-for-profit that was running a community co-working space, but it was a not-for-profit co-working space. Would that constitute a commercial use that would kind of run afoul of the 90-10 rule?
I don't think it does. I know the federal government runs afoul of it, so you don't want to lease to them. But the other thing I wanted to point out is we're understanding that you're probably going to want to add additional financing to pay the cost of renovation whenever you decide on that. Now, if we were to make that taxable, we don't have to take out the tax exempt because we can all kind of blend it together. That can be equity that you put into it. So I don't think we're necessarily looking at we have to take these out and redo. I think you're already contemplating doing additional certificates, and those will be relatively inexpensive because this same bank has already expressed an interest in doing that. We can do it under these documents we already have. We basically amend the rental schedule. So you want to borrow another $1 million, we put another $1 million into the lease payments that you make. So, and as far as title insurance, if you're not changing the leased property, you'd have to get an endorsement to raise the title policy up. That's not that much. So it's another thing, since you're already planning on borrowing, if you know when you're borrowing that you want to do some taxable purposes, then we just make the next borrowing taxable and we can leave this tax exempt, and that can be your equity. Does that make sense? Okay.
All right, if we're finished with that, Ken,
We're going to have a quiz on lease purchase financing after the meeting, see if anybody was actually listening to me.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Go ahead.
So I'll make a motion to approve Town Superior Ordinance number 0-10 series of 2019. An ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior authorizing the town to enter into a lease financing to reimburse the town for the cost of acquiring certain property, authorizing documents in connection therewith, setting forth parameters and restrictions with respect to the lease financing, and providing for other matters related thereto.
Okay, motion by trustee Lish, second by trustee Ryan, and roll call vote.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Squazinski,
Yes.
Olson,
Yes.
Hammerly,
Yes.
Laces.
Yes.
Thanks, motion passes unanimous. All right, item number 4, discussion of 2020 budget for the town of Superior, Superior McCaslin Interchange District, Superior Metropolitan District Number 1, and Superior Urban Renewal Authority.
Sorry, Mayor. Just hold on. All right, thank you very much. So the town board had a couple of work sessions that were held on the budget. First one was on September 16th. And then the follow-up meeting, work session was October 3rd. We are scheduled to have formal adoption of the budget on October 28th. As a follow-up to the 2 budget work sessions, staff has identified, I believe it's 5 items to re-engage with the board and have discussion and direction. Once we receive that and any other items that the board might want to discuss, we'll finalize the budgets and have them, all the documents ready for board adoption on October 28th. We've identified the 5 items in the cover memo. If there's any, I don't know if the board has, if you want to just take them in order from the first one, or if you have any other particular order that you'd like to take them in, but if not, we can just start from the top and go through.
Sounds good.
So one of the items that was identified at the, one of the budget work sessions was this property tax mill levy credit rate reduction. Every year, the town can impose up to 12.127 mill levy. Since 2008, the town has annually approved a temporary mill levy rate reduction of at least 4 mills. The proposed 2020 budget reflects a mill levy reduction of 4.197 mills to 7.93 net mills. The policy question that we have before the board is whether to consider reduction in this mill levy credit to potentially fund capital projects. A 1 mill levy increase will generate $238,000 annually, and would result in annual property tax on a home of $500,000 of $35.75.
Okay.
So just for the public, Matt, what are we at for 2019 in terms of the mill levy that Superior residents are paying on average right now?
It's 7.93.
Okay, and what is the proposed reduction?
It could be anywhere up to 4 mills.
No, it's a proposed increase. Well, it's a proposed increase. It's not a reduction.
We've been proposed, so right now the proposal, I understand that the proposal here is to potentially increase it.
Right.
But historically, we have been decreasing it on a, percentage basis each
Yeah, our
year.
general mill levies stay pretty constant, but at the very mill levy reduction of 4.197 each year since about 2008.
So we're not proposing any additional reduction or increase. I brought this up as a potential tool that we've got to deploy to raise additional revenue to advance capital projects sooner. In our budget meetings, there didn't seem to be a lot of things that we were not going to get done that was a priority to get done next year. So I didn't detect a great appetite to move forward with it. I mostly wanted to just kind of remind everyone this was a tool we could deploy, and also ask the question, is this something, I think the answer is yes, but is this something that we can deploy during the year versus at budget time? No, this is a budget.
No, this is a one-shot.
This is a budget time, okay. All right, so that's another important reason for bringing it up now. So otherwise, if we
We'll
don't.
set the mill levy rate for the county to a
Right,
That's
okay.
correct, and then it remains the same. all
Okay,
year.
so then our next opportunity to discuss this is in 2020.
The voter-approved mill levy, general mill levy for the town is 12.127, and this budget has in it a temporary mill levy reduction of 4.197 mills.
And how long has that temporary reduction been in place? I guess that was the question I was trying.
Oh, since 2008.
Okay, so since 2008, even though we're authorized to go as far up as 12.127, we've been reducing it by 4.197 to a net mill levy of 7.93 for the town. And that's what everybody's been paying. And the reductions that people have been seeing in Rock Creek are attributable to the Metro District mill levies that are going away.
Right.
And that's a helpful explanation, thank you. Are there, because I was getting confused, are there mill levy reductions that will be experienced in 2020 from our residents, unrelated to, are there other mill levy reductions?
Yes. I don't think so. No. No. Paul was confirmed.
That was a very clear
Sorry.
answer.
Yeah.
Well, the next one is SMID, right? SMID, and that's going to be in 2022,
Yeah.
I believe.
And that's primarily on the businesses.
So to speak more broadly to that question, though, I think it's that they'll be experiencing, not out of Superior control specifically. I mean, there is investigation with Rock Mountain Fire merging with other fire departments that would also see a reduction in mills if it were to go through.
If that occurs.
And my understanding is that would that reduction would apply when the merger is executed, correct? So that would be a mid-year reduction in mills if that were to occur, my understanding.
And that's.
I don't think that they can do it mid-year.
But that's a good point, Ken, right now, and for the residents at home, for the residents who are here tonight, the Superior mill levy that we all pay as property owners, 7.93 mills, that's about 7%, generally 8% of the total property taxes that you're paying on your properties. You're paying property taxes to Boulder County, to the Rocky Mountain Fire District, to Boulder Valley School District, to some of these other districts as well, in addition to the town of Syria, urban drainage, right? So, personally, I guess I'm reluctant to increase any mill levies, and one of the concerns that I have, we had a discussion with the Chamber of Commerce here tonight about business retention, and one of the things that we're hearing anecdotally is what businesses are facing with these triple net leases. Particularly with the fact that property taxes are wrapped into their lease payments, and while we're not necessarily hearing direct complaints about the mill levies per se, we're hearing just concerns about, well, why are the leases so much higher in this jurisdiction instead of in Broomfield or instead of in Louisville? And I think that if we want to be serious about retaining businesses and being competitive for businesses, we need to use every tool at our disposal, and we're always wary of the unintended consequences that our decisions are going to have. And this is, I think, one of those that's going to have a direct unintended consequence. If we raise the mill levy, and I would love to be able to advance capital improvement projects here, but if we raise the mill levy, that's going to get passed on through triple net leases to our commercial tenants, and they're going to pay it until they can't, and then they're going to leave town, and then we're going to have even more vacancies and less sales tax revenue. So I would very much recommend caution in any consideration of the mill levy increase, because I think that it's just going to really, while $35 on an average home in Superior may not seem like a lot of money, there's a multiplier effect on commercial leases, and it's just going to be that much more difficult to keep businesses in business in Superior. So I personally am not supportive of the mill levy increase.
Yeah, Mark, I appreciate you. One thing to point out, it's actually $145 on a $500,000 home because it's $35 a quarter. So the $150 a year for a home, a lot of folks may not even notice it, but I think until the state sort of recognizes we've got an issue with Gallagher Amendment and how property taxes are calculated between residential and commercial, doing anything at the mill levy basis just has a perverse effect on the competitiveness of our commercial space. And I think all of us want to see our commercial space thrive, and this is the opposite direction. I mean, and it's one of those things, if you look at Broomfield, our mill levy's quite a bit lower. If you look at Louisville, it's actually lower again than Superior. So as we try to compare ourselves from doing business, we're not in a super competitive space right now. I do recognize that as a town, finding additional sources of revenue are super important. This is one that I want us to think real careful about. And up to date, all we've really talked about is the impact on the residential space. I want to see it. I mean, it's probably a little late now, but maybe next year we do a competitive assessment on the commercial space, in the context of what may or may not happen on the fire assessment and how that may or may not change. And maybe underneath that, we can get competitive. But I mean, I do like the direction. I do want to find additional revenue sources and diversify our base. This, for me, right now, is a little bit dangerous given the struggles that we're seeing for our businesses right now.
So, okay, good. I think where I stand, and I'd offer a word of caution from the other direction. I think our real issue here is we haven't necessarily discussed it enough yet, and we haven't really fleshed out the positives, the negatives, and the risks here. I want to point out that we did talk about this briefly at a retreat, and we were going to take a look at what type of projects we would want to fund, whether it was through a ballot measure for additional taxes or through this mechanism. But the reality is, if we do decide to utilize our current taxing authority to what's available rather than the reduction in 4 mills right now, we need to be thinking long-term, what are these projects? And we need to start planning for it and budgeting for those. Right now, we're missing an opportunity, if we truly do have that need in the future, to gain about $1 million worth of tax revenue to fund those future projects. So I don't necessarily feel comfortable tonight saying, yes, let's move forward and bump this up 4 mills, but 2, 3, 4, 5 months down the road, and we actually have this conversation again, and we run it down to the level that it deserves, we might find that we did ourselves a disservice by not actually collecting these revenues this year.
So this is a really good conversation. And Clint, thank you for bringing it up, because I think you're right. And Ken, thanks for the history. There was a conversation in a budget meeting, work session type meeting, where whether or not we want to have a specific capital improvement, and we could have a ballot measure around those capital improvements, and there wasn't much of a appetite for that. But then Clint appropriately reminded us, there is some flexibility where we could increase the mill levy without necessarily going to voters, and there was a pulse check on that. From my perspective, I just don't feel like we've talked about it enough. We haven't engaged the community enough. Even if there's consensus amongst the board that this is something we should do, and we don't necessarily want to go to the voters, it might feel like a bit of a surprise without a robust discussion. So I think it's great we're talking about it for the 2020 budget. We're not in any crisis. We get Paul and staff have done a fabulous job managing our finances. It's not absolutely needed. It's a great reminder that it is there. We need to diversify our tax base. We've invested in a pretty significant piece of real estate, and, we had a lengthy conversation. I think let's, put a pin in this one and come back and talk about it next summer.
Yep.
So for a 2021 initiative.
Yeah, good discussion. I agree completely. I would not be a fan of going ahead with this until we had some concrete things that we were going to spend the money on. I don't believe in give us more money just to do things, and I don't think our residents appreciate that either. So it mostly was just a discussion point, and I think we revisit it during the year and perhaps visit it again in 2020 for 21.
If I could add, to just what Kevin had said, I don't want to wait till next summer, because that's when we talked about it, and we ran out of time. We got to talk about this in Q1 if we want to try to hit it in Q3 next year. So as much as we can queue this up for February, because it's going to take a lot of work just to do the analysis on what we want to do, potentially, and then what the impacts are across the board.
Not to mention if we decide to go to the voters.
Right.
And we do have members of the chamber here tonight, so I would really want to hear specifically from business owners and those who are paying triple net leases specifically on commercial spaces in Superior, as to what would be the bottom line impact to their ability to do business in Superior if the property taxes changed from at least the town of Superior. And then also subsumed within that, it would be a larger conversation about, to Neil's point, the competitive disadvantages that we may have versus Broomfield and Louisville, and the interplay of all the different taxing authorities, and what's making Superior less attractive than Broomfield. And if we're fighting over a 7 to 11 mill levy, and at the end of the day there's like 40 mills that are really at play and they're not within our authority or our ability to change, that would just be something I think that would be helpful to communicate to the chamber, and also to just the public in general, because we can only do what we can do. We can only help affect the mill levies that we're paying here.
So speaking of public comment, I will offer an opportunity for public comment on each of these 5 items. So I think now would be a good time if anyone would like to comment on this particular item, which is property tax mill levy credit. If anybody wants to comment on this particular item, I'd welcome public comment at this time.
Thank you. Weston Bauer with Aspen Management. I can speak directly to the impact that this has on businesses. The landlords are able to pass those expenses on a mill levy increase to their tenants in triple net lease basis, as you've already discussed. And that has a real impact on those member businesses, simply because that's a bottom line hit. There isn't an opportunity for them to then, depending upon their business, for them to immediately turn that around and pass that on to customers. But even if they can, then the customer feels that pinch and that squeeze. So there really is a trickle-down effect, and I applaud the conversation that you're having around this and the responsibility that you're taking, and the care and the diligence that you're taking over this issue. So, until you have an item, like Mayor Folsom pointed out, that really requires these funds, just speaking from a member business, I can say that would be, I'd be a huge fan of you deferring this until you have a direct need for those funds. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Additional public comment? All right, any further discussion on this? Sounds like we're pretty well aligned on this item to not do anything on it. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, the next one is CAC listserv.
So the listserv was created in the year 2000 as a tool for residents and the public to use to communicate with one another in the town. The question during one of the work sessions was whether the town should continue with it's identified as the CAC listserv, given the other avenues that we have now with eBlast, Bang the Table, Reddit, Google Groups, and town website in general, whether to continue with this line item. Annual cost for it to continue is $1,500 a year, and right now we have just under 500 subscribers for it.
Matt, I had a question about something in the staff memo. It was noted that there's an ability in Reddit to have people subscribe to updates from it. Can you talk about that a little bit more? Because my understanding is that's not possible, and I actually created an IFTTT channel to do that for myself because it's not possible through Reddit.
Can you address Matt, what is your IFTTT channel?
And so, I mean, fine, for the town could certainly, I can give that IFTTT channel to the town if that would help, but just wanted to see if there was something new I didn't know about.
I'm sorry, I would have to get back to you on that question.
Okay, no worries.
So,
so back to the CAC.
Right, to the CAC. The other, we tried Reddit, right? I tried Reddit. I don't understand, right? And I just couldn't get it to work. I love Google Groups, but then we got people concerned about Google. There's a handful of people that don't use Facebook. I checked the usage on this thing. It's actually pretty high, and it's useful for lost dogs and sprinkler blowouts. I ignored the recommendation on the sprinkler blowout that Doug Waffle, forgive me if I'm pronouncing his name, gave, in which it would included the YouTube video, and I now have to pay $85 because I had a burst pipe. There's tremendously useful information that's given here. It's $1,500. It's not town monitored. These e-blasts, they're in your voice, my voice. This allows the community to be in their own voice. I lost my cat, I lost my car keys, I need help. It's $1,500, let's keep it. If it drops below a certain level, then we'll kill it. I wish people used Facebook, but they're worried or whatever, so it didn't cost us anything. This is $1,500. Can we please just keep it? Yeah, it's a handful of people, but it's really useful information. So just keep it, please. It's $1,500.
I agree wholeheartedly. Google Groups didn't.
I'm supportive of that also.
Yeah.
I'm going to say I disagree. I mean, everything that you just laid out is accessible on Craigslist or any of a number of platforms that the town doesn't have to subsidize. I mean, I get it, $1,500. If there's a zero next to it, all of a sudden maybe it's $15,000. We would be discussing it differently. But at $3 a subscriber, why? I mean, what is it about the CAC? It's 19 years old. It's on old platform technology. The world has moved on. I love that people still want to use it, but honestly, the stuff that's been on there in the last 6 to 9 months, there are other more powerful platforms out there with more information. Whether it's, and I agree, there's a commercial aspect of Nextdoor, Facebook, or Google, which is its own set of problems. Right. I just don't know that the CAC in its current form is serving the same need that it did 15 years ago.
I wholly agree, and it's the equivalent of AOL. When I get an email from somebody with an AOL, I tend to be a little dismissive of the content there. This is the equivalent. I cannot believe that I'm supporting it, but I know we know a lot of these people personally, and we know how dependent they are to use this channel, this medium, as their connection to the rest of the town. And until they're on another channel, another medium, I just don't think we could safely shut it off. I think it's an issue.
So I have a couple thoughts on this. First, I have to agree with Neil. I think there's a lot more modern channels out there. I don't think we really did a good job migrating people on the listserv to other channels. We opened up a Reddit, we opened up a Google group. We never said to people on the CAC, hey, you need to leave the CAC and go use this option. One big question I have that we're not going to be able to get an answer to is how many people are on the CAC and using the CAC, but also cross-posting to Facebook. I know I read the CAC and I also read Facebook. I would really question how many of those 479 that's truly their only access point for news. I think it's probably very few. And I really think we could easily solve this by, simple change management migration period. Don't shut it off today, but say, hey, we're shutting this down in 6 months. Here's some other options, get used to them, change is coming. I don't want to it's important to me to ensure that our citizens have a voice, but we can't just keep using this antiquated technology and spending money on it just because we aren't wanting to let them migrate to something more modern.
Yeah, we moved years ago from a printed newsletter to an e-newsletter, and there was gigantic blowback from that, and this is just, it's lived a good life. It's time to move on. Let's retire the 8-track player and move on. Mark.
So I remember our previous discussion where we tried to kill the CAC once, and we decided not to. We said we were going to try to open up additional avenues for communication with Google groups, with the Reddit, try to encourage people to use the Facebook groups, which aren't monitored by the town or anything like that, but are still highly used. And I guess, where I come down on all of this is, while I think it's great that the town, launched Google groups and Reddit, and, they're not really getting much attraction. I don't know if we've necessarily done enough to encourage people to actually use them, myself included. But where I fall on all this is I want to make it easier for people to get information and to communicate, and I just don't want to cut off an avenue of communication. And, one of the reasons why we were considering getting rid of the CAC in the past is because sometimes it would devolve into, just a bunch of, viciousness on, back and forth, emails between residents and personal attacks. And, we really haven't seen that, at least in the past year. We'll see once the 2020 election cycle kind of ramps up and then they start attacking all of us who are running for re-election that we shouldn't be re-elected or whatever. But at this juncture, I just think it's a valuable, it has some value. Some people in the community use it as really their first point of contact. They're not on Facebook. They're using it as their first point of contact to engage, to ask questions, and to get answers. And I don't know what the value of that is, but it has some value. And when we're talking about $1,500, this is still a reasonable expense for the town to incur to facilitate it. So I don't want to cut off any form of communication. So okay. I would support going forward with the CAC.
All right, I'll ask for any public comment on this. Any? Oh, good. I will point out we got 0 emails on this, 0. On the CAC or otherwise, 0. Okay. Go ahead, Barbara. Welcome.
As someone that works with people with disabilities.
Barbara, can you? Thank you.
As someone that works with people with disabilities and seniors for a living, that this is what I do, have you asked who those people are? Because they may not have the tech savvy to know. And people with disabilities and seniors are constantly being pushed out. They're like, move along, this is what the future is. Okay, but I can't go there with you because I don't know how. So before you kill this off, please know who those users are and what their needs are. It's like, why can't you just go to Facebook? Well, I don't really know how to do that. No one's bothered to help me. No one's bothered to teach me. And we don't have senior services here in Superior. Our seniors have to go to the Louisville Rec Center to get their senior stuff. So just please consider seniors and people with disabilities before you kill this off. And again, it's only $1,500. Thank you.
Thank you. So by my little math here, I'm determining we have a thin.
I've changed my mind. I'd say keep it.
Oh.
So,
Okay, for the record, I have not changed my mind.
well, and so what I would really like to say, I have no problem keeping it another year, but we can't just continue doing this indefinitely. Those 479 people will stay subscribed, to Barbara's point, until we teach them to use something else. So I'm fine with keeping it this year and spending the $1,500, but we also need to this year make a commitment to moving people over to another platform. I'm indifferent as to whether that's Reddit, whether that's Google Groups, whether that's Facebook, what it is, but we need to have some sort of education on, to Kevin's point, here's how you use Reddit. I get that, not everyone knows how to use Reddit, and it's pretty intuitive once you get into it, but it can be a barrier. So let's actually do something about it.
You're right. I mean, I'm sure we had the same, or the other boards had the same discussion when we migrated from the printed newsletter to the e-newsletter, and when we migrated from, when we migrated to email. We're talking about let's keep email for those who can't, do other things. So yeah, but good point and good discussion. So let's not keep.
So may I just ask Matt, can we put together some sort of plan for what are we going to move people to? How are we going to do that? Whether it's maybe this year it's literally a 1-hour session. I am happy to lead it on this is how you use Google Groups or Reddit or whatever the tool.
Can I suggest, SYLC, one of the things in their work plan is a cyber training for seniors and others. Let's talk to SYLC as a potential, hey, this is a great way to pull them in.
Good, thank you. All right. CAC lives on. All right, Chamber of Commerce support increase.
Within the 2020 budget is contribution to the Superior Chamber of Commerce, $15,000. That has been the level since 2006. The board and the town received a request from the Chamber of Commerce to increase that funding to $40,000.
Okay. I'll start by saying that I'm in full support of it. We have and continue to receive tremendous value from the Chamber of Commerce, and it's a great partnership. I view it in the same way that I view our support for economic development. Last year, we tripled our economic development budget. We have not spent all of it, and I think we've received great value out of the services that we've engaged there. So to pay an additional $25,000 to our chamber to support their work is, to me, very much in support of that proposal.
I agree completely. Clint, at the last meeting when we talked about this, you kind of emphasized that the board's got multiple priorities. One is to attract businesses, and that's one of the reasons why we're investing additional funds in economic development consultants to help attract businesses to Superior. But the other side of that coin is business retention and making sure that we have efforts in place to keep Superior competitive, right? And the chamber is part and parcel to that effort. And I think that we had a really productive dinner with the chamber members this evening. So I heard precisely what the chamber is doing to add value to the community, to work with businesses to help them flourish and succeed and retain here in Superior. And I think that they have identifiable goals in terms of what they want to do to grow the chamber, and I think that growth is going to be beneficial for the community here in Superior. So I think that this is a reasonable increase, $40,000. When we're considering what our budget is here for the town, we're in the $40 million range. So $40,000 is a very modest investment in our business community, and I think it's important for us to put our money where our mouths are. If we really want businesses to succeed and to invest in Superior, we need to support a chamber that's going to support them.
I want to just add, I'm actually in support of it for 2020, and it was a question we ran out of time to ask because, TJ gave us a great background on what the extra 25 would be spent on in 2020. I kind of view it as an accelerant to push the chamber into like the next stage, going for the 3 Ps, 3 Cs. What I don't quite see is how or why we need to continue to fund it after 2020. At some point, there's going to be a transition with increased memberships, and is this a perpetual 40,000 ad? Because then our contribution to this chamber is relatively asymmetric to our neighbors. So if it's a one-time grant, a boost to make that transition, and then we ramp it back down to where it was, I'm fully in support of it. What I'm just struggling with is an incremental 25 for the next 5 years, and understanding what that delivers beyond what we're described to for 2020.
So I assume we'll take public comment on this item at some point, but for now, I'm fully in support of it, and I'd like to see us continue it for the next 5 years, in part because I think what our chamber needs is more of a budget for marketing on an ongoing basis. I am so impressed by the chamber's work in attracting Goldfish Swim School here. That's a huge win for us. It's something that I think all of us on the board have talked about, how we want more experiential businesses in town like that. And I'm really grateful to our chamber for playing a big part in attracting them here. I think that sort of thing happens with marketing dollars. And I think the chamber needs that on an ongoing basis versus us just saying, take it this year, but then, next year you might not be able to support your website, or you might not be able to support the marketing that you are putting out there this year. So I took the time last week, sat down with TJ, kind of talked a little bit about what are your goals and what are you looking to do. And I think there's a lot of creative ideas, things like a restaurant program where they're marketing to our residents and saying, hey, support this restaurant here in town. If you want more restaurants in town, you've got to support the ones that we already have. And I think those sorts of activities go such a long way toward driving business in our community, and also, as we talked about in the work session, driving that sense of community and the community feel. We live in Superior in part because it's a small town, and I think our chamber does a fantastic job maintaining that small town mentality while still achieving big things with their dollars. So I would really like to see us provide that money on an ongoing basis so that they can plan ahead, rather than saying we've got the money this year, but we have no idea what we're going to do next year. We might need to cut what we started.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I think my issue is I haven't seen a 5-year budget from the chamber. I've seen an ask. I don't know what portion of the total, the 15K or 40K even represents. Is that 100% or 10% or 2% of the budget? And what's the transition look like over the next 5 years? And absent that, it's really hard to throw money into a black hole of not knowing what part of the total it is.
Completely agree with that. And maybe we can hear a little bit more from TJ and others on what that budget looks like. I feel very strongly that we need to support on an ongoing basis, and so that, again, we're not telling them to do something next year and then drop it the year after.
I guess it's my turn. So I appreciate all the thoughts and comments, and the dinner tonight was quite timely, and I appreciate the chamber coming down and having an open discussion with us. I absolutely do not question the value that the chamber adds to our community. I think there is still, to Neil's point, that missing piece of if this is a perpetual increase up to $40,000, what does that quote buy us? I am still concerned that while the chamber does absolutely fantastic work for our community, there's still that divergence of we, the trustees of Superior, sit up here and we are supposed to do what's right by the Superior residents and use those tax dollars with the most meaningful impact. When I look at the chamber and 64% of their members are outside of Superior, we are sending money to benefit causes that do not increase our diversity in our tax revenue basis. It's not furthering our specific goals. The real question is, where does that correlation exist? I think sitting at $15,000 since 2006 is probably inappropriate, and an increase is necessary. I think looking at a 166% increase in a single year is probably a bit too much as well. I personally would feel a little bit more comfortable if we were talking more around the $30,000 range rather than the 40, but I can be convinced.
Okay.
So to our earlier discussion, Ken, I definitely agree. It gave me a little bit of pause hearing that 66% of the members are not in Superior, but that to me goes a lot to what is our goal in supporting the chamber? Is it purely to drive economic revenue for the town? Then I agree with you. You know, that doesn't make sense. But I think that the chamber serves such an important purpose in our town and building community. And their partnership with us on the 4th of July Pancake Festival and Chili Fest, you know, we don't do those events to make money. We do those to build community. And I think, as we heard from a lot of the chamber members tonight, they've done a tremendous job in building the business community in our town, whether those businesses are located in Superior or not. They benefit our residents.
And I don't disagree with any of those statements.
Kevin or Sandy?
I'm really appreciative of the work that the Chamber of Commerce has done in the town of Superior, and I've volunteered and been a part of many of the activities. As a person who works in a nonprofit, though, I simply cannot, I don't think it's our job to support nonprofits in our community, and particularly not at the degree that this would basically put us at about 35 to 40%. No, I think it's 28% of the entire budget of the Superior Chamber of Commerce. I think the Chamber of Commerce needs to do a better job of diversifying its revenue. It needs to work hard on getting event revenue. If you look at the budgets of all of our neighboring chambers, they rely very heavily on event revenue. I would be willing to consider a one-time grant of up to $10,000 to assist with the development of your marketing and your website. I think $10,000 is way too much. I'm sorry. We made improvements to the website at the town, at the organization where I work. It's a $3 million budget. We didn't spend $10,000, and our website is no more complicated than yours. So I cannot support an increase up to $40,000. I would agree to $10,000. I am not supportive of us subsidizing your staff. That's something you need to figure out. How do you pay for your staff? Just like all other nonprofits do. So I will agree to a one-time if $10,000, and I would take that out of economic development before I would agree to an increase in your overall budget. I want to see a stronger commitment on what you're doing to develop the town, assist the town of Superior. Sorry.
Kevin.
First, thank you to the chamber and their members and the board for coming in today. Just for the scope of this conversation, I think it's important that we're talking about a 2020 budget. That's what we can approve in the coming weeks. We could make up numbers for 2021, 2022, but we need to be very careful that we're not promising anybody budgets in the out years. I believe, and Kendra can give an affirmative head nod, we'd be legislatively prohibited from indicating to anybody that we would fund something in the out years beyond, you know, we can't, we're talking about next year, and that's all we could talk about.
Yeah, you can certainly discuss future years. Any multi-year fiscal obligation would not be valid, but you can certainly discuss your intentions.
With regard to the actual support, I agree. I mean, I think the chamber's great. I think I'm thrilled that the town has one. It's fun running into people when they learn that the town has a Chamber of Commerce. I think it's great. I like that their community building and participation in things like Chili Fest and other areas is great. And those amenities are those things that you bring to our community are fantastic and appreciated. And if those amenities are becoming a financial burden on what the chamber is trying to do, because it's, you know, converting from 3 Ps, parties, pageants, and parades, to 3 Cs, which I couldn't tell you what that is, but collaboration and whatever that is, which is where modern chambers are going. If we're holding you back, then I think it's fair, because if you're spending $5,000 or whatever on the 4th of July parade, then tell us that you can't support it or you can't afford it because it's holding you back. And I think we could find the way to come up with the necessary dollars. I think, to be honest, I didn't know we were supporting you for $15,000. I'm not a fan of supporting groups like this. I think groups like this need to find a way to be sustainable. And there's a membership. And if you have a membership, then that membership should offset your expenses. If it is, there are things that shouldn't have memberships, like libraries and parks and, you know, things like that. And libraries and parks are supported by the town. But this is not, this is a membership-driven organization. Regrettably, I'm not supportive of any additional funding going to the chamber. I think it would be unfair to remove the $15,000, but I'm not supportive of 10,000, 20,000, or 25,000. I'm not. I recognize I'm likely the minority. I like the chamber. I want to help you guys, but when I don't have the exact numbers, but let's assume there's 100 residents from Superior, and those residents primarily that are members. Maybe it's a little bit more, but it's primarily either people that are getting a benefit of the chamber membership as a result of a bag drop, or work from home businesses that are using it for networking or things like that. We've got a problem in this town because big boxes are going away, and we need to solve that problem. We didn't hear anything tonight from TJ and the board for how they were going to help us solve that problem. So at this point, we cannot, I personally would not be supportive, and I recognize I'm the minority, so be it, but I'm just not supportive of spending additional dollars.
Okay.
Can I just propose something before we get into public comment?
Sure.
So I think that it's a fair point that was raised by Laura and Ken and Neil, that, you know, I think there's understanding as to, you know, what the ask for this year is, you know, the $40,000 that's being asked for this fiscal year. But that on a going forward basis, you know, we don't necessarily know what that additional money would be used for. So to the extent that the chamber is going to be coming to the town, it would be great to have a 5-year plan, to have a, you know, these are the sorts of things that we're looking to do in the future, recognizing that, you know, no promises, but, you know, if you had a plan that you're going to execute on, I think you could probably get more buy-in from the board to make additional investments year over year to help, you know, facilitate that plan. You know, that said, I think that it sounds like there's support, at least for this year, for the $40,000 because there is an identifiable, you know, plan to use it for this fiscal year. I guess to Kevin's point, you know, one thing that I would just say is, while I understand that, you know, in a perfect world, you know, we want these organizations to be self-sufficient. You know, one of the things that we heard during the dinner was, you know, this is a line item that is going to get, you know, axed immediately when we've got businesses that are struggling to survive. And if there are things that are causing these businesses not to flourish and not to survive because of circumstances outside of their control, namely that, you know, property tax levies are too high, or, you know, maybe the sales tax rates are too high, you know, those are things that, you know, they can't control. You know, we might be able to help, but I think that we really need to partner with an organization like the Chamber to do, you know, everything that we can to help businesses, you know, thrive, you know, not just survive, but to thrive. So I hope that the board would at least consider moving forward with $40,000 funding for this fiscal year. We can have an ongoing dialogue as to, you know, what the 5-year plan is going to be to see whether or not this is something that we want to continue. But we've got new leadership at the Chamber. I think it's appropriate for us to recognize that we haven't changed the funding since 2006. You know, accounting for inflation, I mean, that money is half of what it was worth back in 2006. So, you know, basically what we're doing is a modest increase to adjust for inflation. And, you know, I think, you know, part of this is worth the leap of faith and trusting the new leadership to actually deliver on the results. And, you know, I'm excited with what TJ's accomplished so far, and I want to see what they could do with I think this is a modest increase in their budget.
And I appreciate those comments, and I like that path forward, and I appreciate, if for nothing else, we're having the conversation about our economic development needs going forward and how does the chamber play within that, which I think they do play an important role. And I think it's We've been a year in now with our current economic development consultant, and I think when we get into, again, Q1 of next year, when we have a retreat, we have a broader discussion about did we accomplish our goals in economic development this year, and what more as a town can we be doing, not necessarily what did we put on the chamber from expectation wise, but I think there's more we can be doing that we probably fell short of expectations, at least in my book this year.
Okay, with that, I'd like to offer an opportunity for public comment on this item.
Weston Bauer again. I'm on the board of directors. Again, we just appreciate, first off, everybody's discussion and conversation and really the thoughtful comments that you made. I want to talk to a couple of points. One is a totally fair ask that, for us to come to you and say, look, this is what we need this year, but it's a totally fair ask for you to want to know what we need it for ongoing years. And we would love nothing more than to work with you all on that moving into the 2021 budget and beyond. So I think that's a completely legitimate question, and we'll work towards that goal. With respect to the interaction with the chamber and locally located businesses, I know there's been some concern about our membership, some of the businesses not being located, or some of the ownership of those businesses not being local. It's hard to see where all those lines tie together from a 30,000-foot view. But I can give you a very concrete example. There have been a lot of comments tonight, both at the dinner and here during this discussion with regards to the swim school. Those folks are actually a tenant of ours. So the folks who own that live in a unit that we manage. Our office is actually located in Broomfield, but they are doing a business that's located here. It was shown to them by one of my staff members who's also a chamber member and on the board of directors. And during that showing, she said, oh, great, here's what Superior has to offer. I know the community extremely well. She's been involved in the community for years, my staff member, that is. So that's a connection that would never be made on a spreadsheet or a red line drawing around a community and going, well, gosh, these folks aren't located here. Those people that own that actually don't live in this community either. They live in another adjacent community. But we're interconnected here. So there are a lot of ties that bring us all together, and those funds come back into this community. So I can completely appreciate the concern about looking at the town of Superior on a microcosm basis, but it does expand beyond that. Those connections are quite tight. So appreciate your time.
Thank you. Additional comments?
Carrie Nash. I echo all of Weston's comments. And I think, Ken, you had the question on budget, because I was on finance for 3 or 4 years. I think I can easily say that the $15,000 represented a little less than 10% of our budget. And going back with the chamber and, our community, when I moved to Superior, you couldn't even order a pizza. There wasn't anybody. We had Bruno's Pizza, I think, right? Way over in original town. And so our baby chamber just grew up, but we went along, and Heather did a great job, and the town tried to support her because we just didn't have any money, so things just haven't changed. Well, now that we have new leadership, and Heather put us in great position, but it is hard to move on. It's hard when you've had somebody at the helm for 12 years to figure out, how do we grow? How do we become relevant? And I think that's the key word. How do we become relevant in this community with the chamber? Yes, we are membership driven, and we do charge our members. But I think, to Weston's point, it's a much bigger aspect. I think it's a collaboration between economic development and what we can bring. Can we give you a tangible big box company? I don't know. We helped with a smaller box, so to speak, company, but that's our goal. That's where our heart is. We're just limited by what we can do, and you've got people like myself that are volunteering their time, but I'm running my own business as well, just like you guys have your own businesses. So we just need help, and that help comes in either just hiring somebody part-time or just more resources. So I would greatly appreciate it if you would consider our request. We can put together a 5-year plan if you'd like for us to. We'd like that. We're looking at numbers. Every single board meeting, we're looking at numbers. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Additional comments?
Barbara James, and I'd also like to say thank you for having dinner with us tonight and listening to us and hearing about our passion for Superior and how Superior is so important to us, because all of us volunteer and throw ourselves into the chamber. And you're right, we need a 5-year plan, and we're going to put that together for you. And thank you for bringing that up. And Kevin, you're right, big boxes are going to go away. And we want to be your partner in economic development. We want to be part of your courting and wooing process. And we ask that tonight, that when you have companies that you're speaking with about moving into Superior, include us in those conversations. Give us the opportunity to talk to them. Give us the opportunity to tell them how incredible Superior is, the way that we did with Goldfish Swim School and with everyone that we speak to. And while not every chamber member might not be a community person, their business may not be here, they may not be a resident, that doesn't mean that what they do isn't used by the residents of Superior and needed by the residents of Superior. So that's something to keep in mind also. So thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay. Thank you all for the dinner this evening and for spending the last 3.5 hours with us. Appreciate that. All right, it sounds like we have directional support to leave this item in as requested. And
Can I throw something else out there? I mean, if we're talking about 25 for 2020, can we take it out of the 150 for the economic development? We've got a line item for 150K for economic development.
One has nothing to do with the other.
I agree.
I mean, that's then great. Let's talk about, if we want to talk about where it's coming from, let's talk about trees and flowers and caps and everything else, but one has nothing to do with the other.
Okay.
If 3 years from now, when they transition to be a 3C, then we could have that conversation. They'll be our partner. But for today, it's parades and pageants, my friend. Sorry.
So I do think that they're linked, Neil. I see the connection you're making there, but I would prefer to keep the 150 for economic development in addition to what we're looking at for the chamber. I think the two go hand in hand, and frankly, we need all the economic development we can get. I think the chamber plays a huge role in that. So I see it as incremental to that 150, and I'm fully supportive of spending 190 on economic development.
So this is minorly tangential. Our economic development line item for 2019 was $150,000, and within the spreadsheet, our estimate for ending 2019 is $150,000. Our economic development contract wasn't anywhere near that. What are we spending the rest of our money on that we're still having an estimate in 2019 of spending $150 on economic development?
Well, I might have to get back to you on the detail on that and send it to the board. I know we have marketing that we do through publications that go out to retail businesses and those type of things that we do every year. We have the conferences that we go to. We have the economic development consultant.
So conceptually, that 150 really does sound accurate with what we were spending in 2019?
I'd have to go back and look, unless Paul has any details. So we'll have to get back to you on that. I know I've started having discussions with Better City about next year, possibly renewal of their contract. I have seen, because their contract was for 8 months, essentially. The initial estimate or proposal I got from them was for $101,000 for the year, I think. So for the entire year, which you guys would see in January. So I would recommend keeping the $150,000 in that line item as well.
Okay. Any further discussion on that?
I think the other question is what, beyond 2020, is it 40 per year or is it 15? I mean, obviously the chamber's going to come back to us with the pro forma, and I think the ask is going to be 40 on all all 4 years, but I'll be honest, I'm okay with the one-time increase, but I don't want to, make it a perpetual increase, absent, a robust work plan.
I mean, I would love to take the chamber up on their offer to see a 5-year plan. And I also think it would be great to get more regular updates from the chamber at our board meetings as to what they're doing and especially how they can help. I really liked hearing at the dinner Barbara's idea about, how can we partner with them to tell them about businesses that are thinking of coming here so the chamber can help woo them here. I think that's fantastic, and I hope the chamber can help with that further. As far as though the 40 every year, I'd like to at least, obviously we're not deciding on that now, we're not making promises, but I have faith that the chamber will come up with a robust 5-year work plan and put that $40,000 to good use. So I'd like to see us pencil that in, even if we do, of course, revisit it every year.
I appreciate Mark's suggestion, and Mark, please correct me if I misheard, but I think the idea is we pencil in $40,000 this year. We have discussions with the chamber and look at the 5-year plan, go forward, and make decisions throughout the year based on those conversations. So I think, tentatively speaking, it stays at 15 for the out years, but knowing that we're going to have those conversations, and it very likely could and probably will change, if for no other reason, inflationary purposes.
Yeah, I mean, this is a one-time deal, and the chamber is going to do a 5-year plan, it sounds like, and they will need to justify the ask in future budget requests, and we'll consider it as we're considering it now. So no guarantees, but at least everybody's got reasonable expectations, and then there will be a path forward towards implementing a plan that at least everybody will have their eyes open as to what we're actually getting for our investment.
Okay, anything further? All right, thank you again. We're on to our next item, Cultural Arts and Public Spaces Advisory Committee Annual Budget.
Yeah,
thanks for sticking around.
Thank you.
There is a line item associated with this committee for annual events and projects and art for the year. It was set for 2019 by the previous board at $150,000. The work plan that the committee did this year associated with that $150,000 budget. There's $150,000 proposed in 2020. The thought was that the master plan would be done already, but we decided as a collective to take some time and make sure it was done right. So it's going to be done in early 2020. So staff attempted to put together some line items after discussions with the consultant Happy City on what that 2020 budget would be expended for. But keep in mind, once the master plan is done in early 2020, these items may change as far as how the $150,000 is allocated amongst events, projects, and art.
So we're not locking into any dollar, we're just deciding on a total dollar amount.
We need to get the master plan completed, and then the committee needs to generate their work plan, and then the board, and then we'll know how that $150,000 is going to be spent.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable approach.
Can I just point out, and Paul, thank you for tolerating all my emails on this for the last week, and Matt. So I've been struggling with this, and let me just be very upfront. I love what CAPS is doing. So this is not a dig on CAPS. It's a dig on the budgeting process, because a year ago, we had a budget for CAPS for 150 for this year and 100 per year after that. And the budget we got this year is 150 for all years with a rollover of 40 from last year. So we're looking at 190 plus another 15 for rollover for the consultant. So we're like 200. Now the issue I have is, if you look at ProStack and OSAC, they put a work plan together, they go spend money, but they're not actually doing any of the work. Staff is doing the work. 100% of what CAPS does is on the backs of our committee members. I am really struggling on how they can execute on all of this and get it done. It's not a function of me wanting to withhold the cash. It's just they have had an enormous amount of work to go from zero to everything that we've got this year, and to continue that forward. I'm just a little worried that there's a lot on their plate, and then we're going to continue to go from there. And I'll be honest, the first time I'd ever heard of the 100,000 public art commissions and exhibitions was in this memo. Like, I'd never seen that. You know, I went back to the old budget. I went back through all the CAPS notes. This 100 was a magic number that just showed up. Again, you know, again, it's part of the Happy City work plan, and it's new. Just the numbers just get really big really quickly for CAPS from where we were in the budget last year. And I want to just make sure that I understand all of what's going in there and what we're asking our committee to do, or what they're asking to do, because, you know, and I haven't seen the notes from last week, because these numbers look relatively new for even them.
And
So Matt, I wanted to ask, I understand you met with the CAPS committee this morning. Was that to talk through budget?
Yeah.
Could you provide more insight?
Yeah, because they were concerned, you know, in our effort to get this information to you, we talked to Happy City, we sent the information to the board. It should have went to the committee at the same time. It didn't, so I apologize to them today for that. We'll get that figured out and make sure that doesn't happen again. But they had some similar concerns. You know, they're not sure that until they see the work plan, what exactly they're going to spend this budget amount on, and they have to do their own work plan on top of that. So we got the master plan, we got their work plan, and then we'll have a better idea going forward in future years of what the budget should be. My recommendation would be to leave it at the amount that's in the budget. We get the master plan done early next year. They have their work plan done, and then we'll have a full year before the 2021 budget to get a really good understanding of what the budget should look like.
And I think one other additional point to Neil's comments, even with the events that staff did work, I know there was quite a bit of staff effort that went into the main event. I mean, there's not capacity on staff to continue to even add another event or to enhance what we've been doing. So, I mean, I'm with Neil. This feels heavy. I'm willing to leave it as is, but I'm having a really hard time understanding how they didn't spend all the money last year, want to move some of it into next year. We're going to have the same resource constraints, and we're not dropping down the amount in any way. But I understand we have that big question mark from what's going to be in the master plan.
Yeah, and I would just add on to that. I think the committee did some great things this year. We get the art installed, we had the main event, we had the Shindig event, we had the master plan going. So there's a lot of momentum here, and some of these are new things. So
right. I will say one of the things that resonated with me the most in what the chamber talked about tonight was how hard the first few years of a business or an organization are. We're in the CAPS is a organization that's effectively 2 years old, right? And last year we jacked up the budget, and to Matt's point, they've done a ton. There's a lot of room for process improvement with how things are budgeted, and it's a little confusing, right? Because I think it was Neil that made the comment around ProStack. If ProStack makes a recommendation that we need a swing set that has a slightly different amenity, it doesn't necessarily come out of their budget, that amenity. It then gets, you know, activated and comes out of the ProStack budget. CAPS it's walking this weird line between like a department and a committee. And I want to steer them back to be a committee making recommendations. And what's difficult, because it's, you know, like October snuck up on us, you know, and being a little facetious. They weren't really involved in the budgetary process here. I do, you know, 150,000 feels like, to me, it also feels heavy, especially when there's the magic $100,000 art installation. Who knows what that is? But CAPS isn't going to go out and spend $100,000 on an art installation anywhere without the engagement of this board. We're not spending the money, we're budgeting the money. And this board's commitment to a committee to a couple things. Number one, like public art. Like I'm so proud of our commitment to public art. Number two, just activating the community more. I mean, unfortunately I had to miss both events, but you know, the Shindig, I hear just how fun it was, and it was great. And you know, now we're thinking about this December event, and it's just interesting to hear people say, you know, we're trying to get engagement from the community, and it's hard to get people from the community to come out and give you your great ideas around 1500 Colton when it's not a party yet. And so turning it into a party is just a great idea, and it's exactly what I want CAPS to do. And, you know, this process did unfortunately get maybe a couple of noses at a joint, but I think we get past that. I'd like to see approval on the 150 and then make sure that there is a work plan that they feel comfortable, that they feel like it's a work plan that they own, that they could deliver on, that staff is in a place where they could help execute on that work plan. And we're in a place where we feel comfortable that we're not setting up this committee to work their butts off, you know, and fail. Like, I don't want them to feel like they're a failure because they're not spending all the money. No, those dollars were kind of pulled out of the air almost. I mean, and it's the first few years of a committee. We don't have a 10, 12-year run rate that we could look at like we do on ProStack to understand what's needed. So I think the 150 is the right amount, and let's just be a little careful there, for sure.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, because the memo says 150, but then the budget file says 185.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm confused as well. If 150 is what, you know, the committee feels like the number should be, and it's kind of consistent with where we were last year. But if it's the 200 number that I kind of choked at in terms of their ability to execute on, you know, just a wide variety of what's on the plate.
So
yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
You've been waiting.
No.
There's a couple carryover projects from 2019 that the committee wants. One was prairie dogs, and the other one was bus shelter wraps. And then the master plan, we're gonna have a carryover cost to complete that master plan. So that's where the additional funds is.
So I think it was either the last budget year or the year before that. I think CAP's original line item was $50,000, and we tripled it. Right? We went up to 150, and you know, one of the things that we did when we did that is we really emphasized that we believed in kind of the mission of CAPS. We wanted to give them the support to really become you know, a valuable, you know, add to our community. And you know, if you look at just like what they've accomplished so far, you know, we've got world-class art in a roundabout, you know, on Cass and Main Street, right? Like, and that wouldn't be there for the efforts of CAPS. You know, that, like, in and of itself, to me, proves that, you know, CAPS has already kind of demonstrated its worth. And then, you know, with the shindig and with the main event, you know, these types of events, you know, imagine what they're going to be doing once we actually have a downtown Superior and a Main Street that's actually been built. So I think that 150 is appropriate. Again, it's budgeted. It's not necessarily going to be spent. But, you know, I think, you know, Trustee Pennington was a big cheerleader for CAPS, and, you know, she always used to emphasize that, you know, Superior is finally starting to grow up, and it's really important for us to figure out who we're going to be when we grow up, and to, like, I have this identity that we're going to grow into, and that's one of the things that CAPS is doing with, you know, the placemaking efforts that they're coming up with in the master plan. So I think we go forward with the $150,000 line item, and, you know, we continue to support the cultural, you know, arts and public art projects that they're doing, because I think that those are the sorts of things that are going to help Superior really form an identity beyond, you know, the sleepy bedroom community that we have been to date. And they're already turning us into a really fun place to live with funky painted crosswalks and things like that. So let's believe in them. Let's give them the funding that they're asking for. Move forward.
And to be clear, I don't think anybody was questioning the value of CAPS, and I don't think anybody was suggesting we not support the arts and where we're going. I think fundamentally that philosophy is agreed to everybody here on the board. At least I haven't heard anybody say otherwise. The question was really, can we implement everything that is made into that 150, and is that realistic given resource constraints? Because even if we don't spend the 150, to Kevin's point, that means that there's other things that we didn't budget for here that we could have. So we're foregoing other projects by over budgeting here if we can't execute with that full 150. So I just want to be clear, there's nobody here who's questioning the value that CAPS adds to the town. I think it's their work speaks for itself. It's just, is this proper budgeting, and are we foregoing other work if we don't meet that?
And I'm going to say this, you know, 10 more times to one blue in the face. But the budget ask is not 150, it's 185. right? You know, we keep saying 150, the memo says 150, but we got spillover from last year of another 40. So the real ask is it's 185. I mean, quite honestly, the land I came from is a zero-based budget, so what you spent or didn't spend last year is irrelevant. It's what you're gonna spend this year, and that's what we talk about. So the 150 number is nice, but the real ask is 185, plus 15 for the spillover on Happy City, or better, Happy City. You know, and if CAPS is committed to, or not committed, but if they think with staff's help they can get to the 185, more power to them. I think that would be phenomenal. I am super in support of that, you know, Shindig 2 and everything else on this list. I want us to be realistic because, you know, do we need to add more staff resources to make this possible? And is that the conversation we need to have as well? You know, are we supposed, you know, properly staffed, you know, to execute at the town level?
Well, I would just say that could be, but we need to have this master plan done. We need to have another at least year of events and projects to see what we're going to be dealing with over the next 5 years. And then we'll have a better idea how to answer those questions.
Okay, I think we're good on that item.
Last item we had identified was the additional amenities for the new trailhead that's under construction and currently will be done this year on the former Shan Shan Chu property, which is at the top of the hill on McCaslin on the west side. The Open Space Advisory Committee had presented 3 options for additional amenities to the board to consider as part of the budget for 2020. There was a small, medium, and large. The small ranged from 20 to 25,000. The medium ranged in cost from 40 to 300,000, and then the large was a total cost of 350,000, depending on which amenities the town decided to include. So, just asking for board direction if any of those options want to be considered for 2020.
Okay, thanks. I neglected to offer an opportunity for public comment on the CAPS annual budget item. If there's anybody that wants to comment on that, now would be a time to do that. Okay, thank you.
And Tracy Kohler is here from the committee as well.
All right, yeah, we'll definitely let you speak here, and we'll have some initial conversation and then have you come up.
Point of clarification, with respect to this ask, irrespective of the small, medium, large line items, is the money that is allocated for this, is this coming from the open space fund or is this coming from the general fund? Or is that something that we're debating tonight?
Well, currently there's money in the open space fund to build these amenities. However, having said that, if some large open space purchase were to become available and occur, then there would not be funds available for this.
Yeah. So I guess, you know, I would just say as a starting point before we getting into the size of the project, I think the open space fund should be used to acquire open space land, and money that is used from the open space fund to build bike racks and picnic tables and things like that is money that is not available for us to make open space acquisitions. And open space acquisitions is what the voters authorized. I don't think that what the voters authorized is for us to use those funds for purposes other than open space acquisitions. So I think when we're looking at amenities, I view amenities at trailheads accessing open space no differently than I view building Wildflower Park or building trails within Superior. You know, there are amenities for the residents. They should be paid for the same way that those amenities are paid for. I don't think that just because they are attached to open space, that all of a sudden that somehow gives them some special characteristic that means that they should be funded from the open space fund. So that's kind of my general feeling on this, and then I've got an opinion on the actual ask, but we can talk about this.
Point of clarification, the the parking lot in the trailhead was built out of open space funds.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah, and I don't think it should be.
Should have been.
I don't think it should have been, and I would support refunding the open space fund for those improvements, because I just don't think that that's a proper use of the open space fund.
But if you go back and you actually read the ballot language, it doesn't say it is only to be used for open space acquisitions. It says things like to create, enhance, or expand wildlife corridors or any other open space acquisitions. That's what the voters voted on. If we believe that these changes should be made, right now we have the money out of the open space fund and we should do it. If this is not something we're going to pay for out of the open space fund, then my opinion is this request goes on to the ProStack amenity list, just like all the other Parks and Rec open space amenities that are out there, and we evaluate this like everything else. Otherwise, to just throw this into the general fund, it's not fair, because it hasn't been evaluated against all the other priorities that Prost has been looking at for years. I support us making improvements to this trailhead. However, I don't think we need to make them right now. I would recommend that we just delay this for a year, see what the use in this is, go through our process related to parks, recreation, open space amenities. We're going to do a master plan and ask our residents what is the most important use of general fund for parks amenities. You know, I mean, I'm going to be perfectly honest and apologize to the members of open space. We're talking about whether we put, you know, a toilet with running water when we've got 3 and potentially 4 running water toilets within a mile of this space. I don't think we're prepared to make a decision on funding this tonight, because we don't know what the priorities are for our community. So I think we really need to step back on this. I don't think this is necessarily the place right now where we make the judgment on what we're going to do as far as open space money. We don't have any other asks in front of us right now, specifically, except for whether we were to fund this trailhead improvement. I really recommend that we see what happens with this trailhead. I do think we need to make decisions on the name. I think we need to get a sign up there and see what happens after a year of use and whether we need to do these amenities. But I am absolutely not in agreement at this point that we should take this funding out of the general fund.
So, thanks, Sandy. I think that was really well said. And this got real complicated real quick, right? And this goes to what I've consistently said. This is a cars first community. We built a parking lot for cars from open space funds, but we will not build a picnic bench for pedestrians to sit at. That to me, or a bike rack so somebody could lock up their bike and go for a hike. That to me is just, you know, it's just so consistent with every decision, not every decision, but so many decisions this town has made, which is just cars first. And I will not make a decision that is cars first. Now, if we want to have a more macro decision around what's appropriate for open space, for the OSAC funds, for the open space funds versus what's not appropriate, I agree. We should have that conversation. Tonight's probably not the forum. Mark drew a pretty hard line. It should only be for the acquisition of property. And if you cut the grass, I'm going to use hyperbole, if you cut the grass in the open space, that should be out of the general fund, right? It's not exactly what Mark said, but that's his, you know, he's drawn up his thank you. He's drawn the line. It's for the acquisition of property, and that's it. I do not draw that line there. I think it is, I draw that line somewhere else, but exactly where it is, I think it's worthy of a dialogue that is outside the scope of this particular budget. As it relates to this particular budget, I've often said that I'm reliant upon our committees to make appropriate recommendations, and then we act on those recommendations. The recommendation from this particular committee is that they not use the open space funds for these particular amenities. So based on that, I will not be supportive of making these changes this year for these particular amenities out of the open space dollars, because I don't want to go against what the committee recommends, nor do I think it's a priority if it should have gone through general fund, then it should have gone through, I think it's a really good point. It should go through ProStack, and ProStack should rank order it like they do all the other amenities. And this hasn't gone through that particular process. So because we're sort of at this committee, I don't want to say failure, but committee uncertainty, I think we just say, thanks, let's see how the trailhead looks in 2020 and revisit in 2021, which is unfortunate because I wish I don't remember if I should know. I don't remember if I voted. I think I did vote on the trailhead, on the parking lot trailhead. No, I should have added in a couple of these pedestrian-friendly amenities, but I didn't. And so, oh well, it seems unfortunate. Cars first, right?
Well, it was really about getting the trailhead relocated out of original town.
Yeah.
I mean, we had kind of a trailhead there by default because we didn't have any other access to that trail. So the whole idea of buying that property and building this parking lot was to relocate the access point out of original town. So I think we've achieved, or we're achieving that goal through this project. So I'm fine with the money and project to date. I agree that we should wait and see how this plays out. I think the existing trailhead is done fine without a water bottle refill, without, all this other stuff. I think we need some basic signage and a trash can, and then let's see how it goes. But I don't know that I could ever support a bathroom there just for reasons that have been stated. We got a lot of nice public bathrooms in very close proximity. And so anyhow.
So to give us a baseline for the conversation, Matt, can you tell us what, if any, amenities at all are going to be in there when the construction is done within the next month or so? Are there going to be any benches? What is going to be there other than just parking spaces?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. We'll have to go back and look.
Okay, so.
But we'll provide that to you.
Okay, so we started this conversation probably in the most complex way possible. To bring it back to making sure we don't, miss the forest for the trees, I think it's important to realize we've started a project. We are creating this trailhead, and no matter what project it is, whether it's a trailhead, whether it's something with our public works and utilities, whether it's a road, no matter what the project is, I feel like we need to do it right. And we need to make sure that if we're going to put something in and we're going to have our name on it, that it's not a half-done project. Now, if we just have a parking lot up there that literally has just a few cement blocks for the cars to park, that's an incomplete trailhead to me. We don't have signage. We don't have interpretive signs up there. We don't have dog waste bins. We don't have dog waste bags. We don't have, maps potentially could be a luxury. But I think if any of you have actually gone up there recently and looked at that area, holy cow, this is the most accessible area for just a phenomenal view. It would be an absolute missed opportunity to not have some benches there. It is right off McCaslin. We'll have parking spaces, and this is just one of those hidden gems that's not necessarily what the thought was. We wanted a trailhead. We wanted to move parking in a dangerous situation out of original town, but now we have this amenity that just because we're having a conversation about does it come from open space funds, did we put this through the Prost master plan, whatever, to not actually execute on making this a quality amenity would be a mistake.
I agree, Ken, completely, and I think we should do this right. We should fund it out of the general funds because it is a project that is, under construction, and it doesn't make sense for us to, unnecessarily, do it halfway, right? Like we should complete the project and do what is appropriate for it to be, the best it can be, within reason. But, my point being in bringing up the open space tax, and Sandy, thank you for reading from the language of the ballot question. As it's codified in our code, it says a special fund is hereby established for the deposit of 0.3% of the sales and use tax collected by the town as approved by the voters of the town on November 6, 2001. The fund shall be used for paying incentives for creating and maintaining additional open space within commercial developments, so that's not here, and to create, enhance, or expand buffers between commercial and residential areas or main thoroughfares. That's not here. And residential areas. That's not here. And to create, enhance, or expand wildlife. That's what an open space acquisition does. It enhances wildlife because you're preserving it. And building a parking lot, benches, all that stuff, I don't think that is within the strict, four corners of the ballot language that we passed. So that's why I don't think that the open space fund should be used as a slush fund for these sorts of amenities spends. That said, I think that the general fund is available for us to complete this project, to do it right, and we should do it right, and we should consider the recommendations from OSAC as to what exactly, whether we're going to be doing small, medium, or large. But I think I agree with Ken. It's going to be a missed opportunity if all of a sudden we just pump the brakes on going forward with doing this thing right, just because there are certain aspects of it which may not necessarily have been funded appropriately because they shouldn't be coming out of the open space fund. That happened. We can fix that. We could always refund the open space fund out of the general fund. But going forward, I would recommend that we have a discussion as to how to fund the various improvements that would be constructed at the trailhead out of the general fund.
So, Mark, I want to point out that you read 3 of the 4 purposes that the open space fund can be used for. The 4th one was other open space acquisitions and any expenses related thereto for open space to serve the residents of the town.
Section 4-1-6.
And I'm reading the memo from the town attorney that discussed the use of the open space funds.
I'm reading the language of the code.
I'm telling you the interpretation of our attorney.
Which is the ballot measure.
I'm telling you what.
The ballot measure was codified in the code, and I'm reading the code. I'm not reading an interpretation of the code.
Kendra, do you disagree with what I just read?
Okay, well. The code is what it says. The code says what it says. I mean, and that is the ballot question. So that's what we're stuck with. So I don't.
But I think the point is.
So you're saying that the memo that you drafted on March 3rd, 2017, that said that the language must be interpreted strictly, breaking down the individual elements, it becomes clear that open space funds may be used for the following purposes. And that 4th item, you disagree now?
No, I'm not saying I disagree. I'm not saying I disagree at all. You're both right. My interpretation's right, and Trustee Lace's reading from the code is correct as well.
And the other point I want to make related to this trailhead, we had to submit an application to Boulder County because we share this piece of property. We can't just make these changes without the permission of Boulder County. We share this. So we may want to put toilets there. We may want to put all these other things there, but we have not discussed any of this with Boulder County. So once again, I will say, if we are going to take this out of the general fund, I would request that it be evaluated against other Prost priorities, because this is part of Prost, and it's general fund. Now it becomes part of Parks, Recreation, open space priorities. And right now, we don't know what we want to put. I mean, Parks and Rec can find money to put some benches up there, to put a trash can up there. But when we start going past amenities that are more than a few $1,000s, I just don't think that that's the right thing to do, to commit money, $150,000 of taxpayer money, without having Prost weigh in on whether this is a priority.
So I have to agree with Sandy on this. Ken, I think you make great points about, this is an amazing spot, and we should make it a fantastic trailhead. But I look at how many great trailheads there are that I love. The Greenbelt Plateau Trailhead, the High Plains Trailhead, not in Superior, but close to Superior, that have nothing. They have a sign. They don't have bathrooms. Some of them don't even have dog waste stations. And they're still wonderful trailheads that people enjoy just being a parking lot and a trailhead. Now, my hope for this trail would be that we do a lot more than that. I think this is an amazing space. But I think in the near term, I don't think it's a miss if all we have is a parking lot and a little bit of signage to show people where to go. So on that note, I would like us to take this back and go through the formal process and then fund it not from open space funds, save those open space funds for the actual acquisition of land.
So to be clear, I mean, it's not like this is coming out of nowhere. The Open Space Committee has been talking about this for 3 years, maybe longer, and it's not that this has not gone through the appropriate processes, because it has. If we're concerned about this going to ProStack because we're having this general fund versus open space fund conversation, then so be it. But this has absolutely gone through the processes with which it was supposed to go through.
And I apologize, I don't mean to make it sound like OSAC hasn't done their due diligence, because they absolutely have. I know they've even reached out to many of the other committees and gotten input that way. But it's more that, so I know there's a long history of why we have OSAC and we also have ProStack, because that was explained to me several times before I truly understood the difference between the two. But now that we do have OSAC separately from ProStack, I think this does need to go to ProStack for more of these amenities.
That chain, OSAC and ProStack, have been separated long before this project ever came.
No, I fully understand that.
So again, to help put this in perspective for everybody, and yes, I understand the concerns, but again, I think we are missing the long-term point. And frankly, I don't know if I've heard anybody necessarily advocate for a large or even a medium scenario here. I think what I've heard mostly, and I don't think everyone has voiced their opinions yet, is that what we have listed here in the small area is something that people can get behind. And yeah, maybe not everything. Yeah, maybe a sign with all labeled mountain peaks is, again, a luxury. I think it'd be nice to have there. But everything that we have listed here in this small list, we have staff estimating at between $20,000 and $25,000. And frankly, I think if we have a concern with the price, then a refill station for water bottles, maybe that drops off, because running water, that's probably a bulk cost right there. So again, if we're so concerned about the process and whatnot, let's take a step back and say, let's take that water bottle station out. We're probably looking at under 20 grand here. We just approved an increase to the chamber for more than that. This is literally a benefit to our town that we can do right from the get-go, that's not meaningful in a budgetary perspective, but is meaningful in an actual experiential perspective for our residents.
But if it's not meaningful in a budgetary perspective and it's $20,000, we just spent $150,000 on a street. So why are we not spending the $20,000 out of the OSAC fund? Because in reality, if we acquire a piece of property, that $20,000 is going to be pocket change. And OSAC absolutely has the ability to recommend that we spend that $20,000. It's going to make no impact on any land purchase that we make in the town of Superior. So if we're talking about any big project going forward, I absolutely agree. We can go back and we can look at it. But this is a completion of a project that was already started by OSAC and should be completed by the Open Space Fund if we're going to spend the money.
Okay. I think, Neil, let's go ahead and open up for public comment. Welcome, Tracy. Thanks for coming and sticking around.
Pleasure. Tracy Collar, Open Space Advisory Committee. I primarily came for questions, if you had anything new, but I would like to comment on a few of those things if I can. So first off, why it's only a parking lot? That is all it will be. There will be no other amenities in the shell phase. That was not something we were happy about, but because of timing, that parking lot really got pushed fast forwarded, for lack of a better word, before we could give any more input. We wanted to do this collaborative process with all the committees and get all these ideas and create the plan that we have today, but we were told that, and feel free to jump in, Matt, but from Patrick, that because of timing, because of construction, because of passage from BOCO, that we needed to do that shell construction first, and then we could come back later and do additional amenities. So there won't be anything more than a parking lot as it stands right now. The second thing is our priority, which I know Kate, our vice chair, really emphasized today in an email, but it really is, as you've all been talking, to keep our fund, not our fund, but the town's Open Space Advisory Fund, for preservation and acquisition of open space, not for amenities. And that's how we read that ballot initiative. That's what we believe the intent of that is. That's what we believe the citizens really passed that and voted on for. And then the third thing I noted was taking this as like an art or a parks or a rec amenity and running it through the PROST process. And we could absolutely do that. That was not the suggestion that we were given. Our suggestion was to propose it at the budget meeting. So that's what we're doing now. Any questions that you don't have the information that you need?
Tracy, I have a question for you. If we get caught up in this quagmire of where should the funding come from, if we were to temporarily leave the trailhead as is with just a parking lot, do you think that would be significantly detrimental to do so for, let's say, a year until we can solve where the funding should come from for the small amenities?
No, absolutely not. Because we're focused on acquisition, and especially when we hope that we could have acquisitions happening, we really want to focus the money on that.
Okay.
We understand, yes, 20, 40, whatever, that is a drop in the bucket when we're talking about these big parcels. But if it goes up to 150,000 or 300,000, that's potentially another donor that we would need money from, or really capping out all the bonds, or so on and so forth. So we really want to keep that money for acquisition, and hopefully if the town, if the board decides that something else should be done with this, that can come from general fund.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't have any questions, sorry.
Thank you, Tracy. Appreciate it. All right, any?
And thank you all for your time and consideration. We know your time is really valuable, so we're very appreciative of that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy.
Thanks, Tracy. So I'm fine, I guess in theory, tabling a discussion on, bathrooms and, things that'll involve plumbing, because that's a substantial cost and a substantial project. And I think that we really need to have a discussion as to, where the source of funds is going to be coming from, because I think we need to be consistent. I really don't think that the ballot language authorizes us to be using open space funds for amenities. I don't read it that way, and I don't think that that's what the voters intended. But, for purposes of, completing this project and going forward, I think the trailhead needs signs, and it needs, garbage cans and waste stations and things like that, which aren't.
But we're budgeting. We're talking about a budget tonight. We shouldn't even. Matt doesn't need to bother the board with garbage cans and poop bags. I mean, he doesn't. Those things existed when everybody was parking down, right? So we don't need.
But that's the small ask here, right? That's the small ask. It's $20,000 to $25,000.
This garbage cans and poop bags are not going to cost $20,000 to $25,000, right?
Yeah,
so
the small ask is more than garbage cans
right.
and things like that. It's, there's signs and there's a sunscreen station. So I think that, I think we could agree on, Patrick and staff could have found the money to put in benches and bike racks and whatever those basic amenities. I mean, he can buy a park bench and we wouldn't even know it. So those kinds of things, yeah, but that small amenities thing is a whole lot more than those basic things. I mean, there's maps, there's signs detailing historical elements of America, of the area, such as railroad and mining. I'm just not sure we're all agreed at this point that we should be spending the money on those things at this time.
And then once again, and this is our annual conversation about OSAC versus PROSTAC, right? Which, at least it's once a year instead of once a month, the way it used to be when I first joined the board. But I agree. I think open space should be, I think the committee should be about making a recommendation for the purchase of open space property. But when you look at the work plan, that's not what it is, right? When you look at the approved work plan, I mean, there's things that have gone beyond that. So I think for the purpose of the budget, for budgeting this year, because this is as I read the email from the Open Space Vice Chair, their recommendation is that it not come out of the Open Space Committee, the Open Space Funds. And it hasn't gone through, which would mean it either needs to be at Matt's discretion, which Matt, you know, we're fortunate to have Matt. Matt will do his job and make the right decision, and we need to trust him. Or it goes in the ProStack amenity list, in which case ProStack can consider it. So I'm not sure why we're, you know, we're already an hour behind budget. I'm not sure why we're still talking about this.
I just want to correct the record. You know, the mission of OSAC is not the same as the ballot measure that was passed by the voters that approved a tax for acquisition purposes. They're not one and the same. OSAC's mission is broader than the ballot measure. So don't conflate the two.
That's fair. Fair.
Okay, so with that, I'm hearing direction to not approve any larger budget item, but in general direction to complete the project with basic signage, bench, trash can, just the basics. Okay. All right, anything else on budget?
Yeah, I've got a couple, and you know, I'm a little disappointed we didn't get these flushed out before. And the first one, again, Paul has been very tolerant of my emails, is the Promenade connection. I have a huge problem with that being in the 2020 budget, you know, because, you know, and just so everybody understands, there's definitely some economies of scale of doing it in conjunction with an 88th Street upgrade. You know, because in the FDP it was 1.6 million, it's in this budget as 1.3 million, so there's definitely some savings. My issue is we connect Promenade to a development that is at the developer's timeline. This is toll. We saw how long Calmonte took to actually build out based on the economic slowdown. I'm super concerned we're going to build a road to nowhere that's going to be underutilized for 2 or 3 years. And I'd much rather see this thing pushed out to sync up with the toll build-out plan. They weren't going to need this road till 2022 at the earliest. So why are we trying to pursue it in 2020? And I got the answer from Alex and Paul that, you know, the benefit of doing it now is it's going to be a larger contract. You know, the 88th Street upgrade will get some better contractors involved. It's a $5 million contract at that point. However, you know, I would just rather not be building a road to a development that we don't control the timeline on.
The other risk or benefit, depending on what position you come from, is you don't build the road next year, the board changes potentially next year, or 2 years from now, 3 years from now, that decision can be changed.
Yeah, I think I get your point about building roads that are not fully utilized on day one, but I think we've seen time and time again that when things are not built, they have this perception of not being approved and becoming open space or becoming never going to be built there. The Lanterns is going to get built, and I think if they get built without a road back there, that sends a certain signal. I think it's better to have infrastructure in place at the soonest opportunity. And, you know, if things go well, I mean, if economy remains strong, and we hope it does, and tolls sales go quickly, then they might need it sooner. And, or things could happen and it could be longer, but we just don't know that. We can't control that. But what we can control is getting things done in a quicker fashion to perhaps eliminate some variables down the line.
So regrettably, I missed the budget meeting last Thursday and have not had an opportunity to watch the video. So Matt, can you just orient? So I thought I was pretty well prepared for this meeting, but didn't necessarily catch that on the line item budget. So thanks, Neil. Can you just talk to me about exactly what road is being, the exact amount that's being proposed?
The exact amount that's in the budget is 1.3 million, and that takes it from 88th Street to the property line on this north side of Tract H.
So, yeah, I mean, it's disappointing that I didn't see that in the cover memo, and disappointed myself for not setting the time aside to watch the video. But I agree. I mean, under no circumstance do I think this should be as a 2020 line item. And if we're squeaking this in because we're worried about somebody else second guessing a decision, that's not a compelling reason to
I
me at
just
all.
mentioned that because that is always a possibility. We are proposing to build it next year because we're going to have contractors on 88th doing that work. We think we can get some economies of scale.
Yeah, I don't doubt there will be economies of scale, and there's just a certain
That's what we're
tolerance.
recommending.
Right, I mean, I get that, and there's also a certain community tolerance, right? If we're gonna, 88th is gonna be a train wreck when we do that because there's just over 10,000 cars a day or whatever it is, right? And if you're doing it again a year later to add a turn lane, I get the economies of scale and I get the disruption, but no, it's a great point that the soonest the developer is going to make that connection available to us would be 2022, 2023. We're not accelerating funds to build a $1.3 million road when, no respect to my colleagues, no disrespect to my colleagues, there was a perfectly good, little Freudian there, no disrespect, but there was a perfectly good road that was otherwise available. So we're spending an incremental 1.3 road, 1.3 million, that we're proposing to spend $1.3 million next year to build a road that will not yet connect to run roughly parallel, although it's a little squiggly. It's just, no, of course not. Of course not.
So could we do something along the lines of do the work at 88th, but not carry the balance of the road to the property line? I mean, this disruption thing is real. And if we're going to be, I think people would really come unglued with us. We spend all this money on the rebuild of that road and it looks nice. And then, oh, guess what? Here you go a year later. Whoa, did you not think about that? Yeah, we actually did. And we just punted on it. No, I think at a minimum, we should do the interchange work at 88th Street. If we don't want to build the rest of the road that's not going to connect, okay, fine, don't build that. But let's one and done on the 88th portion.
So I think we're missing out on an opportunity to avail ourselves of this, economies of scale and the savings that we're going to realize by tacking this on to 88th improvements. I think, frankly, we're going to have a better idea as to really the nature and scope of 88th when we find out what the Louisville City Council does tomorrow night when they're considering the $1.5 million worth of incentives that they're going to be potentially offering Medtronic to locate at the Phillips 66 storage tech property. Because if that's coming in, then that's going to necessarily impact 88th substantially. But in any event, we've got a land use application that was approved with a road that was part of that discussion. And I think, one of the things that we're losing sight on is, the Lanterns Lane development is under construction right now. They're going to be pouring foundations soon. And, that is going to start, going vertical. And, before we know it, people are going to be moving in there. And if we end up having right now we have an opportunity to build a road next to an ongoing construction site where there's going to be, no direct disturbance to the people that are living there. In a year or two, there's going to be people living there. And then all of a sudden we want to build a road right behind them and all the dust that's going to be kicked up from that process. I think if there's an opportunity from just like a dust mitigation standpoint, you do it while it's all under construction at one point. So I think we're missing out on an opportunity. I think we should budget for it and we should construct it because it's been approved and the public should be able to rely on the word of the board that when we pass something, we actually do it.
No. You can't, this is probably the second or third time you've used hyperbole like reliant upon the word of the board, which is implying that what I'm suggesting is disingenuous, and I'm not saying so. It's the third time you said that tonight. Please don't say it again, okay?
We passed a land use application with a decision on a road connection, right?
Correct.
And the public should be able to rely on that decision.
And there's nobody that's...
And there's nothing hyperbolic about that.
There's nobody that's proposed any alternative to that, correct?
Matt, first of all, I have a quick question. If we don't take advantage of the economies of scale and do this in 2020, what do we think the additional costs would be in 2021 or 2022? 10%, 50%, 200%?
Well, the total budget for it was 1.9. Now, some of that was for traffic light, which was 300,000. That's in 2022, I think, 23, something like that, the traffic light. So 1.6, so, you know, I think that's the estimate now to build it.
The promenade to 88th, all I see is 1.3 million.
8 to 9%. 8 to 9% is what it
Oh, okay, so there's 300,000 in 2023. So,
That's for the traffic light.
yeah, but you're not, but if we were to take that 1.3 and move it to 2021, what are the economies of, I mean, Paul, do you think it's going to cost us 10% more because we're not doing it in conjunction with 88? And Paul, you know, unfortunately, Alex isn't here, so, you know, Alex might be able to give me a better sense of that too.
Well, you can thank the colleague to your left because he asked that question last week. 8 to 10% annual increase is what we've been experiencing over the last several years.
Okay, so
that's inflation, not economies of scale.
I'm sorry, that's the inflation perspective.
What, do we have any perspective on the actual economies of scale?
That we would need Alex's input on.
Okay. I also.
So you don't have even a guess? Well, you're not going to be able to know anyway because you don't know what the cost of asphalt and stuff would be.
I would defer to Mr. Arenello on that.
Okay, yeah, put him on the spot.
Matt, can I also ask just a beginner question because I've not been on the board when we have built from scratch a road of this length. As we're talking about construction dust and all of that, certainly I've seen how long it takes to repave roads as we've been working on. I mean, is this a week to build the road? Is this 6 months to build the road? What are we talking about length of time wise?
You know, it's going to depend on, it's probably 4 to 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah, there's weather factors involved and other delays that might come up. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I think both Clint and Mark, I think, Clint, you said it best, that the impact to residents issue is real. I mean, how many complaints have we heard about Colton? I mean, that's a minuscule project compared to what this is. We're building from scratch right behind homes. And I mean, we, at the First Fridays event, there was a resident who, I think she's on Amherst, came and specifically said, when are you guys going to build this? And if at all possible, can we please do it during the construction of lanterns? That way we don't have another 6 months, 4 months, however long it is, of construction noise, because they're already suffering. There's people who are living with this day in and day out, let alone the 88th impact. Oh man, 2 years ago when we did McCaslin, that the amount of complaints we heard there, and I was even on the board. I mean, I think this is something we need to minimize.
You know, earlier I mentioned this concept of just build the interchange, but I mean, given Mark's comments about, you know, the proximity to the homes and the dust and the fact this will be a 4 to 6 month project. So I retract that idea and very much in favor of just leaving it in the budget. Let's get it done in conjunction with 88th Street, and then it gets done before the people move in and they don't have to deal with this.
Perfect. I mean, I just wanted to bring this up because I don't think everybody had a chance to noodle on this budget the way that I did, because the other question I have about the budget is the $3 million for 88th Street, because, and again, Paul and I have been trading emails, you know, because when we looked at the budget round 1, it was $3 million, round 2 is $3 million. It's still $3 million, but it doesn't include the chunk between Shamrock and the Rock Creek Circle, which came back as one of the most damaged pieces of roadway in the town. So we're going to have an 88th Street discussion in 2 weeks, and I think the expectation is we're going to come back and include that chunk of road, because that wasn't contemplated in the original 88th Street upgrade. So just be prepared for that. $3 million is going to go up, because I only want to be doing 88th Street once, and I want to go all the way from the circle to the bridge. You know, so in the context of the reason why I was honing in on Promenade, I mean, our capital budget is $9 million. It's a phenomenal amount compared to anywhere we've been over the last few years. I get it, there's extenuating circumstances. There's $2 million for Land Rover, $1.5 million is flow through, whether it's a Harrius or payback from downtown developer. It's still $9 million. So I'm trying to find anything I can do to offset that or push it out. We're kind of in that $4 to $5 million that we're typically. We picked up Land Rover, so we got $2 million potentially in terms of renovations. And we're also talking about building a road that no one's going to use for 2 years. It's just, I'm struggling with, where these dollars are coming from or what we're not doing. Because the $1 million for a road that no one is using or will use for 2 years is $1 million. I'd rather throw at a road that's broken.
Yeah, so I'm actually struggling with some process here because this doesn't seem like it was, I've checked the Dropbox. I'm not missing anything in the Dropbox. Everything was updated a couple weeks ago. I know Neil sent an email to his colleagues with the Excel spreadsheet that he got from Paul, but none of this was noticed. None of it's available on my Dropbox or the website. None of this is available. We're talking about giving directional support for a $1.3 million road that I'm arguably the 7th most informed member of the community, and I knew nothing about it. This is nuts. What did I miss outside of that meeting?
No,
it's not in the notes.
It was in the first meeting.
It was in the meeting.
It was highlighted in yellow. It was definitely there. We just didn't spend a lot of time talking about it. I've just been noodling on it for the last month and vocalizing it again here. But, I definitely brought it up in that first meeting.
And it's on page 11 in the packet for tonight. 11 of 41.
PDF.
Line 38, Promenade to 88th Extension, $1.3 million 2020 budget. It's highlighted in yellow. It's in this item.
Yeah, I just not being in the cover memo, the changes noted in yellow are throughout the document. I focused on what was in the cover memo. I didn't go through the line item detail. So.
Okay.
So,
are there other comments on that?
Yeah. So Neil, I'm just thinking about what you said around the potential ConocoPhillips development, because that's certainly new in the last couple of weeks. Matt, I guess I might ask you to weigh in on this, and this will be very off the cuff, so I apologize. As we're thinking through that, I know we don't yet know what the development is, so we don't yet know what the impact will be. But what I'm thinking about is we're widening 88th Street,
maybe
potentially. So hopefully that would accommodate whatever may be going in Louisville over there. What I'm wondering though is Promenade Drive, could there be an impact to that if we're especially anticipating all these Louisville people coming to downtown Superior? And is there room to widen that, make it a higher traffic road, et cetera, et cetera?
Downtown Superior.
Yeah, that's my guess, but I guess what I'm just thinking about is there anything we would want to design differently about it, with potentially this big development coming in?
We're starting to get to that point because the road width is what it is.
Yeah. I know we've got that pond, right? Yeah.
And see that about Campus Drive.
Okay.
Bridge.
Okay.
At that point.
Which, don't get me wrong, I will go on the record and say I would love Campus Drive Bridge.
Yeah, we all would. Yeah.
We all would, but no, I'm just trying to think through, to Neil's point, if we do this Promenade Drive connection in 2020, would there be anything we would want to change if we waited? And it sounds like no, but just checking.
I'm not opposed. You guys did bring up some great ideas, or great points. Building a road when there's no one backing up to it, it's the smartest thing ever, right? That's why you lay the roads out before you build the homes. It makes total sense. Mm-hmm. I'm just looking at it in the scope of our CIP budget is not insignificant. And to layer this on this year, to me, just seems insane relative to the total cost of the CIP budget. Mm-hmm. And that's just my finance brain thinking, how do I push stuff around? What can I defer? What is non-critical? And a road that no one is going to use for 2 years, to me, non-critical.
I agree with you there. What do you think of Clint's proposal to essentially do the actual 88th Street area, but not necessarily build the whole connection?
we did that with the circle over here. I think it makes total sense. You build the interchange at 88th and Promenade, and you connect it when you need it.
I think as long as we can get the road in before people move into those houses, I think that's the critical timing. So if that, but if they're laying foundations and they're building houses, we need to be building a road next year, because those houses are going to be occupied next year. And if we wait a year, we might be able to, do some other project. I do agree, Neil, about doing that little chunk of 88th from the Circle to Shamrock, and that was a good call to identify that, because that's agreed. One disruption is enough for that area, but so I think that is wise to move that along. All right, anything else?
Looking at me, any questions?
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of little things, as I looked at the budget, we accelerated the archiving.
You have your mic on.
Sorry. We accelerated the archiving. It was $500 a year. Now it's $35,000 next year and $35,000 the year after that. $70,000 next 2 years for digital archiving, which we told Matt to do, and he said, Matt, go really fast. So Matt put $70,000 in there for the next 2 years in archiving. Does it have to be 2 years? Could it be 5? I don't disagree that we all would love to have online access to a lot of the records, but as Mark pointed out, the legal agreements we signed 15, 20 years ago, they don't mean anything. The new lawyers are going to strike new agreements, and what they agreed to 15 or 20 years ago, they're going to just say it doesn't matter. So
don't think I said that.
Exactly those words. But my point, I mean, when we try to renegotiate a new, drainage overweight contract, fundamentally, I just look at things in the budget. We're still spending $10K for oil and gas, lobby and stuff like that. Little things like that. What else? What are the low-hanging fruit, that we can kind of stretch out? Archiving to me, $70,000, over the next 2 years versus $500 is a big increase. And we spent, more time talking about $1,500 for CAC. We've spent 0 time talking about the acceleration of the digital archiving.
So just to be clear, I talk about the CAC not because of the 1,500, but because of the principles behind it. I do think the digital archiving is really important. If we want to discuss that, I'm up for it, but that's something that I feel strongly we should get done as soon as possible.
Let's just bring it up just as a
I also agree just on the digital archiving. We had a couple issues with things we couldn't get access to. It's not going to get any easier to find those documents. So as they continue to age, I think we need to do it, and we need to make a commitment to it. So.
Okay, is there anything?
That's actually all I have.
All right.
I have one final comment, and I don't anticipate that I'll sway anybody, but looking at new Prost projects, I still have a philosophical problem with us budgeting projects for this year, knowing that we have a master plan that we're going to complete next year, and that we're presupposing the answers that are in there, and that let's say we get different answers, but we put in 6 pickleball courts, and we find out that the greatest and best use of that space was not pickleball courts. Now we no longer have that opportunity. I think we've done a disservice to our constituents, and I will continue to lodge that objection, and I would hope that others would follow suit, but we had that conversation a month ago.
Okay. Anyone have anything further?
Yeah, I mean, to that point, it's a budget, right? So we're going to approve a budget, but know that I will raise holy hell when that construction contract comes up. That includes the $1.3 million, and I'll be encouraging public comment to know about it, because I think there was a development that was, 400 yards away. And I think there are very few people in this community that are aware of the fact that we, to Mark's point, committed to building an alternative road. Not verbally committed, but committed to building an alternative road. So I don't see myself being convinced without significant public engagement. So when that I'm going to, I'm not saying exactly how I'm going to vote, but I could be convinced the other way. But right now, I just don't see it. So this is a budget. If as a result of that master plan, if it's a we need to rip out all these plastic things and put in boulders because that's the future, and then we could make significant pivots away from where we are. And that's the beauty of this process and approving actual contracts. This is just a budget at this point.
Okay, anything further on budget? Okay, we're on to item number 5. Would anyone be up for a 5-minute recess since we've been going for 3 hours? Okay, let's do it.
What time are we breaking?
Well, that's a...
Sorry, I thought we did have a hard stop at 10:30, and
So
I've
did
got a
I.
kid at home, so I've got to leave at 10:30, so.
Okay. Well, and I think we can get, well, shall we...
Can we get through 5 with Kendra and then move on to 6?
Do we want to have a target end time, though? Because I think...
Kendra's leaving at 10:30.
How do we keep having a meeting without our attorney here?
You can continue to meet on the airport.
Wrong answer.
So
I have to leave at 11. It's a hard stop for me. I am out of here at 11. Period.
And,
So you can discuss. You can continue to discuss without me, but I'm out of here, and I hope you don't vote on anything with me not here.
I would fully support the stop at 11 or sooner.
Okay, so would we still support a 5-minute recess and then do item number 5 till 10:30? And then...
Can I just ask if you're going to do the airport?
I was going to say, let's make a decision. Are we dropping airport? I mean, there's no way we're going to get through both of these.
I don't think we'll get through both.
I do.
I think you guys are more optimistic than I
I think we
am.
can get through 5. I don't think we'll get through 6.
Not
But
by 11.
I think we should, why don't we get through 5 till 10:30 and then take 5? Right?
Just
So let's
till-
maximize the time that we have with town attorney, because it's an option of an ordinance.
Sounds good. All right, item number 5, adoption of ordinances, medical, retail, marijuana delivery. We've got A, B, and C. We've got some options here. So Kendra, you want to give us an intro?
Sure. So because of recent legislation this year, you have options. You may prohibit all delivery of marijuana in town, or you may allow marijuana delivery in town. And as you know, there are 2 different types of marijuana, medical and retail. So what we've done at your request is prepared 3 separate ordinances. One prohibits all marijuana delivery in town, which you are authorized to do under the statute, even though you're not home rule. It makes no difference being home rule or statutory in this case. The other ordinance allows for medical delivery only, and then the other ordinance allows for both medical and retail delivery. In either case, whether you allow just medical or both medical and retail, sales tax is supposed to be collected. I say supposed to be because, as we've talked about before, the state collects our taxes, and I don't know how this will be enforced, if at all. So I put it in the ordinance that they're expected to pay sales tax, and perhaps they will do this voluntarily, but I can't guarantee you that you're going to see any increase in sales tax from this. The expectation is probably not, but maybe that's me being pessimistic.
Okay, thanks.
So I'll just go for first and say that I think we should move forward with an ordinance allowing delivery of medical and retail. I think when this town passed an ordinance, I don't know, 2012, banning marijuana establishments, it was passed before the industry emerged, and it was passed from a position of kind of fear of the unknown. And we've had now the benefit of almost a decade now of legalized marijuana in the state of Colorado. We're not in a situation where crime is up and the world has gone to pot. It's
actually
pun
it has.
intended. Dogs and cats are not living together, and I think this is an opportunity for us to make legal what is otherwise something that people are availing themselves of here in Superior. They're just shopping outside of our jurisdiction. We have the potential to recoup sales tax, and I don't think that this is a concern from a public health and safety perspective. I think that I'm not concerned that this is going to involve deliveries to minors or anything like that. So generally, when it comes to increasing people's liberties and freedoms, I'm all for it. So my recommendation would be to move forward with the ordinance allowing medical and retail deliveries.
So Kendra, just a point of clarification, the first delivery of retail could be when?
They're going to start with medical. So the first delivery of medical would be in 2020. The first delivery of retail would be in 2021.
So there's no reason why we necessarily need to do, that's why you've done this in effectively A, B, and C.
Right.
So that we don't need to decide the retail at this point.
Correct.
I think Mark makes good points. I don't know why. I wasn't on the board when it was decided. I still don't think I would want, we're not here to talk about whether or not we want a pot shop in town. I still like that ordinance that's on the books, and at this point wouldn't be interested in changing it without some pretty significant public comment process. I think the taxes are not meaningful here, right? I mean, I don't think we're going to get anything. I mean, it's a argument, but it's, it's not, I don't think it'll pay for the CAC server, taxes that we're getting. It's just not material. And so for me, originally I was like, heck no, we shouldn't do it. But the medical is, if somebody is home because for sick reasons and they have a prescription and they need that delivered and it's otherwise legal, who am I to stop them? Of course we should allow that. It's the humane thing to do from my perspective. Option C, which would allow both, it just feels to me like we better engage the community a little bit more maybe. And I'm also really concerned about vaping. Like, I don't know exactly what the data is, how many people are smoking the bud, the flower versus the vaping, but I keep reading, and I'm certainly no expert, about people that are having pretty significant lung conditions as a result of the vaping product. And maybe there are some health and safety issues that might be revealed in the next year or two. And I don't think we want to add the complexity for, gee, you could have the flower delivered, but not the vaping product. That seems to me to be overly complex. But the medical stuff, if it's good enough for your doctor, it's good enough for us. Absolutely, of course, we should do it. I'm just not convinced on the full option C, and there isn't an urgency because we don't have to deal with it until 2021.
So I'll fall on the same side as Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. While we don't need to address the retail side until 2021, I'd rather be as effective and judicious with our time as possible. We're here talking about it tonight. I'd rather not have us put it on another meeting down the road if we can come to resolution this evening. I think that expanding personal liberties that are allowed within our state makes sense when we can. This is a allowed substance within our state, and our state legislature has given us the ability to allow retail within our jurisdiction. I think it would be appropriate. When I look at whether it makes sense to do this versus other similar products, I'll quickly look at alcohol. I wasn't familiar with it until I started doing research this weekend, but I found that there's a website that I can go and I put in my address, and within 60 minutes, I'm going to have beer, wine, liquor, whatever I want, delivered right to my door. To be treating marijuana any differently doesn't make sense to me. And I'll even take a step further, that I think there could be a public safety piece here, and I think delivery increases our public safety. If there's somebody who has been using marijuana and wants more, and we have an ability to keep them off the road rather than sending them over the bridge driving intoxicated, which they should be doing, but I can't control people's personal choices, let's give them that opportunity to not get in their car if they're going to make a bad decision to begin with. I think this is an appropriate step for our board and support delivery of both retail and medical.
All right, thanks, Ken.
I'm in the same boat as Ken and Mark. Medicinal marijuana to me is a slam dunk. And when it comes to retail, I got to say, when I went back and rewatched the videos of the 2009 board that banned medicinal marijuana and then the vote in 2013. I was colossally disappointed because there's almost no public outreach. I have asked and talked to a number of folks, and we've had a couple of emails, not a lot. A lot of folks are just incredulous that we would ban marijuana dispensaries and also potentially ban retail delivery. One, but not the other. You know, if we want to maintain the ban on pot shops, that's one thing. But to also prohibit delivery of retail, to me, seems, it boggles my mind, because this state has been phenomenal in terms of just leading the way with regulations when it comes to marijuana. You know, I think we're the first state to legalize it, and we've been very judicious with, you know, the application of the rules around it. And, you know, Mark's absolutely right. Cats and dogs are not living with each other. My dog still hates cats, so, you know, it's still working out okay. And, you know, I want to allow the people that live here that do want to partake in retail marijuana to have it delivered to their home. And I kind of agree with Ken. I mean, let's just decide on it now. There's no reason to push this off for another year.
Sandy or Laura?
I won't repeat what everyone has said, but I'm in agreement with Neil, Ken, and Mark on this one.
Ditto.
Okay, I went into this thinking yes on medical, but kind of on the fence on retail. But I mean, hearing the discussion, I'm in favor of both and doing it now. So I'll be taking option C.
So we do need to have the conversation about enforcement. This is I don't want, we are dependent upon the county and the state for enforcement of our liquor licenses. I don't know how marijuana is going to be delivered, but it's an otherwise legal product. If that otherwise, and that's, I don't know, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think somebody could probably light a joint right outside of town hall and you'd walk by and say, you know, throw it away, but you're not going to arrest, they're not going to be arrested, right? And so I really worry about just the lack of policing and enforcement around this. And with home delivery, is this going to be the equivalent of the pizza delivery, right? And I just don't, I mean, I really, and obviously it would be unlawful to deliver marijuana to a 14-year-old, but who's going to arrest the delivery guy who's delivering marijuana to the 14-year-old? I mean, how does that even get reported? And we have no infrastructure ourselves to police this within our community. All we have to do is, you know, just make sure that they're dependent upon their license.
But that's really no different than a 14-year-old, you know, going to Superior Liquor and you showing the fake ID, or having somebody go to Superior Liquor and then bring liquor to a 14-year-old at their house. You know, there are always going to be these risks.
No, I think it's a really good point. And I thought about the alcohol versus marijuana thing, and or tobacco, and I want to time box this because I want to be respectful of our time. The difference here is 50 or 60 years of experience and an existing state board that credentials. And Neil made a point that Colorado is leading the way. As a parent of teenagers, I view it a little bit differently, that Colorado is doing an experiment with my teens that we're not really sure what the outcome of that experiment is. And so I worry about this. And, you know, we talked earlier about previous boards, you know, this board can't be held to a previous board's decision, and we all need to be able to legislate appropriately and make those appropriate decisions. I don't think that I don't know if it was a mistake what they agreed to ban the pot shops a few years ago. I wasn't on the board. I didn't rewatch the video. Kudos for you for doing so. But we're not in a hurry to do option C. And so if we do option C, which I know we're going to do, I just want to be able to have that conversation at some type of retreat to say, what is this community doing to start enforcing, whether or not it's a sting operation that right now the state does, or something else to make sure things like this don't occur. because I will not stand for any pot shop delivering to underage folks. And I think they need to be,
Kevin,
thrown.
I agree 100%. And the reason why I use Colorado as kind of the bright star here is we are taking 2 years to sort out the rulemaking on retail delivery. California did none of that, and they're dealing with like growing pains. After the state voted, to legalize marijuana, I think the Superior is at 58% legalized marijuana. We still took another 2 years to sort out how we're going to do it. And I think that judicious time has worked out in spades in terms of how you do this. Because, after the legislature allowed for this, they didn't say, go do it July 1, because it would have been a disaster. They literally told you, you get 18 months to sort this out on the retail side. So go figure it out. And I'm actually very optimistic that our state legislature and the rulemaking committees will figure this out. But I completely agree. I mean, hey, if we want to reverse it a year and a half from now, then we can do that. But I actually think that our state legislature and the marijuana industry has done pretty well by the community, in the 9 years it's been legal, to sort through this.
And I'll piggyback on that. Kevin, I have the same thoughts as you, and I don't think any of us will sit here and tolerate any delivery to minors, and that I want to have that conversation too. What are we doing to ensure that? Are we having stings? What's the infrastructure there? I was fortunate enough in my day job a year or two ago to sit in a presentation from the Colorado State Auditor's Office, and there was a co-presentation between them and the regulatory arm overseeing the marijuana industry here in the state. And their oversight from beginning to end, whether it's the plant growth all the way to the harvesting, to the packaging, out the door, to the retail, there is so much more built into this from a regulatory side than the alcohol side of things, that I feel much more comfortable knowing that we have those controls in place on the marijuana side, way more than I do on the alcohol side. And yes, well, it's yet to be determined how this will work a year and a half from now. If we're using track record as any indication, Colorado has knocked it out of the park and is doing phenomenal with their regulatory approach.
And I would just echo, because I'm both a marijuana hearing officer and a liquor hearing officer, and there's much more oversight on marijuana than there is on alcohol.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the downside for these license holders, we've got not only regulatory proceedings, but we've got criminal liability if they're going to violate the law and deliver to minors. And I fully support setting up sting operations and making sure that we don't have bad actors that are delivering to minors and not checking carts. Absolutely, we should totally partner with the sheriff's office and make sure that things like this happen. Partner with the MED to make sure that things like this are properly done above board. But what we want to make sure is that we're creating an opportunity for them to comply with the law, which is currently the legislature has said that we can do this, right? And then make sure that there is an enforcement mechanism and significant downside if they violate the law, both criminal and regulatory. And these licenses are so valuable that they don't want to risk violating it. And if something like this happens, I'm expecting the parents to rat the kids out and contact the authorities and make sure that the appropriate authorities are notified of any violation. And we should set up these things and we should closely monitor it. But at this point, I don't think that we should just say no.
So, Brad, I just wanted the commitment that so long as we do something to make sure this is not being abused. Final question, we did agree that you can't buy tobacco in our town under 21. Are we suggesting that this is a tobacco product and you have to be 21 and over, or is this 18?
It's 21.
It's 21 by law.
Okay, good. Okay.
For medical, and then for delivery as well,
So for both medical and delivery, it's 21 and up?
Yes.
And the same, and I'm not, if you walk into a pot shop, you're showing a driver's license and they're making sure you're legit, right? There's presumably with delivery, there's state statutes that are going to require.
I think part of the retail aspect of it, there'll be rulemaking. So as far as what they're going to, because they need to get a delivery license. So there's a whole separate, we may not even have anyone delivering because no one may even have a license. So.
Yeah, it's not like drones are going to be dropping joints out of the sky.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, yes. So.
Quote of the night right there.
Right. There's a whole licensing.
But so again, I guess, Kevin, what I would just ask is how would this be different than alcohol deliveries, which we do allow in town, no problem?
For me?
Yeah.
I think nobody is going to risk their liquor license for something like this. I am not, it's still, while I appreciate the high level of regulatory oversight that exists in the marijuana industry, it's still super new. And to Mark's point, if there's bad actors out there, we'll get them and we'll prosecute them and we'll turn them over. I don't know, it's unknown whether or not there are bad actors. There's an existing process and 50 or 60 years worth of history that we could look at on the liquor license stuff. When things go bad, we know what happens. We've personally seen it. We've sat up here and we've seen it. We don't, there isn't that much history on the marijuana stuff. It's fine. I'm supportive of it so long as we have that commitment that we're gonna have a conversation at some point in the next retreat or two about how we backstop the state and county for sting type operations.
Okay.
I might just suggest, from a timing perspective, that maybe we don't, particularly since it sounds like you're more worried about the retail rather than the medical. I'm wondering if we delay that rather than trying to squeeze it in at the next retreat when I know we have a lot, that we save it for when we better understand what the state regulations are.
I think that's a good point. Yeah. Okay.
Are you okay with that?
No urgency.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right. So let's go ahead.
So do we need to do a roll
I'll make a
call?
motion to approve Town of Superior Ordinance number O-12, Series 2019. An ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior amending Article 8 of Chapter 10 of the Superior Municipal Code by the addition of a new Section 10-8-80, allowing the delivery of medical and retail marijuana to locations in the town.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Trustee Hammerly. All those in favor? All right, passes unanimous. All right, right on schedule, 10:30. Let's.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm wondering if rather than take a break and then continue, if we want to pause. I personally think we'll have a lot more than 25 minutes of discussion on the airport. So I'm wondering if it makes sense to start it and then save it for another day, or just save it all for the next meeting. Open to ideas.
Okay.
My own selfish ask, because I'm not going to be at the next meeting, because I'm going to be in trial, would be to start the discussion now. But I'll also defer to the board.
I'd like to have 20 minutes of discussion on it if we can.
Okay, that's fine.
Similar. I will not be at the next meeting, so.
Okay. All right. Let's take 5 and be back here as soon as we can. in less than 5 minutes. Look at that. All right, discussion on airport consultant recommendations.
Yeah, this was an item that was requested to give the board an opportunity to discuss the presentation that was made on September 30th by the consultants that the town and the city of Louisville have hired to help with airport noise issue.
Okay. Who'd like to start?
So I'd like to ask, can we hear from maybe Kevin and Mark first, since they won't be here next time?
Sounds good.
If you want, I could kick it off, because I think this started because I brought it up from the Boulder County Consortium of Cities meeting, just to set the baseline of the conversation. And Matt, it sounds like you've had additional conversations with Louisville and others since then. But at that meeting, the same presentation, a bit abbreviated, that we saw was given to the Boulder County Consortium of Cities. And really the end of that night was, okay, what are the next steps? And none of us as elected officials had an opportunity yet to discuss what those next steps are. So Boulder County wanted to know what's our steps. I know they've already met with Neil and Sandy since, but that was kind of the purpose of adding it to tonight's agenda. So that's it.
So, first, when nobody's talked about the Ken Goose, Jonah Goose, excuse me, letter today to the FAA. So for the record, people should look at that. It was fantastic. I think it was perfect. I would not have done anything different about the letter.
Speaking of that letter, I don't know if that's been sent out publicly. I mean, they sent it to myself and other electeds around the region. I don't know that they've, I'm sure they're going to, but I don't know. So
I wouldn't know if anybody wants to.
It didn't go to the FAA, though.
Right.
It went to RMMA. Right. And it was CC to the Jeffco Commission.
Right. So it is a publicly available document at this point.
Yes.
Right? But I thought it was great. There's a lot of people are starting to coalesce around, oh, you should have this roundtable. I have two thoughts about that. I have a lot of thoughts, but I'll limit it to two. A roundtable is not the exclusive remedy that will be available to us to solve what is a huge, huge problem, right? And so I don't want people to think that that's all we're doing. Number two, I'm amenable to participation in a roundtable, but I'm very skeptical about what the roundtable could be done, what the roundtable could do. There's I don't want to get his quote exactly wrong, but they have a task force, now they're calling it a technical task force, that exists today around noise mitigation. And a member of that task force, who is a former or retired pilot, was incredibly dismissive and said that maybe those people, meaning us and Superior, just should not have moved into the flight path. And it's that type of dismissive attitude that I'm just not going to tolerate. This is a real problem. And so if they would like to invite our community to participate in the roundtable, I would graciously accept that invitation, and we as a board can talk about how we participate, whether or not it's a member of the community or one of us, or who knows. But I don't, if my neighbor is playing rock music 12 hours a day, and then he wants to talk about it, but he requires me to pay him to talk about it, I'm not really interested in participating, right? There is plenty of money out there. I do not see why we will have to fund at any level this roundtable. If they would like to invite us to participate in the roundtable, and there are consultants that are facilitating this, I'm supportive of participation. We should not be paying for this, but we should be budgeting dollars for the other remedies that should be available to us to solve this problem. Now, I don't know what those are. We have a set of strategies. They're not quite recommendations, but we've got a set of things that we need to consider, and we should talk about, spending some money next year about implementing those things. The roundtable is one of the things that we should be implementing, but not on our nickel. Those are my two primary thoughts.
So, I agree, first. I think it was good that we went forward and hired these consultants, because I think we got a lot of good information, first and foremost. It showed an opportunity to collaborate with neighboring jurisdiction on a shared problem. And we raised awareness, and I think we were responsive to our community. But this is a problem that Superior can't solve, right? We don't have jurisdiction, we don't own the airport, we don't own the airspace. And when people are raising concerns about the abrogation easement that was entered into between Rock Creek, Richmond home builders when they were building Rock Creek and the airport, the town's not a party to the abrogation easement. So we don't even have a say in that, even if that still is something that affects potentially a large number of our residents. I think I agree with you, Kevin, the letter that Joe Neguse, and first off, I just want to say for the record, thank you, Joe Neguse, for advocating for this community, for being responsive to the constituents here. He met with neighbors who have been affected by RMMA, and now he's going to the mat for them. So I'm really appreciative to have an ally in Congress, because that's where we need to have allies. We need allies with the feds, right? Because the FAA is, in my opinion, the only place where there's going to be any kind of real solution here. And that pressure is going to come from the senators and the congressmen who will have some sway. I am not optimistic that we're going to get a solution, but I think maybe the attention that is and the pressure that is put on them from members of Congress and senators could be helpful. And hopefully we can get Senator Bennett and others, Congressman Perlmutter, to kind of join in Joe Neguse's kind of leadership here. With regards to the roundtable, I think the roundtable is worth Superior having a seat at the table. I think it's any opportunity we have that we can be like part of the discussion is valuable. I agree we shouldn't be paying for the opportunity to participate in it, but it should be just something that we're asked to join as showing a good faith to a neighbor, right? Because I think that they need to understand what the impact is. But what I would like to see, if we're talking about kind of where we go from here in terms of additional deliverables from the consultants, I don't think that there's going to be necessarily a solution that the contractors are going to give to us. But what I would like to know, and this is not necessarily something that they would need to figure out, but they could, and this is one of the things that came up during public comment tonight, kind of directed at me, that I was targeting out, one specific, flight school or anything like that. And what I'm interested in knowing is what's the cause of the problem, right? And, the other night, there was, I was in the house, it was late at night, windows were closed, and there was a plane buzzing over my house. And I was just like, what is going on here? So I looked it up, and it was a Cessna Skyhawk from 1976, right? And, I imagine that there are planes from the 1970s that are considerably louder than planes from the 1990s and 2000s. And I would just like to know who owns those planes. Which flight schools are responsible for the increase in noise? Because I think if we had that answer, right, if there are 3 schools or 4 schools and 3 of them have brand new aircraft and one of them has old jalopy Cessnas from the 60s and the 70s that are really loud, well, now we've got some information that we don't have right now, and we could use that in a roundtable, in working with Congressman Neguse, in our own outreach to Director Anslow, and just say, listen, this is what the problem is. And we may not necessarily have a solution, because the solution is they need to have those planes replaced or retrofitted, and that's going to cost them some money. But I think that's what I want to know, is like, where is the real source of the problem? And that's the information that I don't have. have. So, while I don't think that there's necessarily going to be this, broad-based solution that the contractors are going to help us deliver here in terms of, implementation of voluntary noise abatement procedures or anything like that, there may be some valuable information that we can get if they do a little more work. So that's kind of where my head is on all of this. But I think that in terms of any solution, working with, Joe Neguse through the federal government is the only way towards any reasonable solution.
So where I appreciate the work that the consultants did in drawing attention to this, I am really disappointed with our final deliverable. While we were sitting there listening to the presentation, I looked at the original SOW, and it specifically says we are going to get a list of realistic noise abatement strategies that can be implemented and are consistent with regulatory limitations established by the FAA and air traffic control tower personnel. We will also get work plans detailing specific tasks, stakeholder roles and responsibilities, and a timeline for implementation. I saw none of that in the presentation that we got. I don't think that they fulfilled the contract. And until they're able to actually fulfill what they told us that we were going to get, I don't support giving them more money. And I mean, to be clear, I've said from the beginning, I thought their scope of work was ridiculously unrealistic given the price point, but they committed to it, and I'd like to see them come back with that. When I sell fixed fee work, I'm very careful about scoping because it means you have to deliver what you set out. They did not deliver what they said they were going to give us for our money.
So I agree some of those we did not receive, but not to spend our next 15 minutes parsing the contract. My opinion on the next steps forward is some momentum here. Our consultants went in, they created relationships, from everything we've heard, positive relationships that the airport is willing to take action on. Sounds like they are discussing some of it, whether it's the voluntary hours or whatnot. I don't want to lose momentum. I want us to have a continued presence with Rocky Mountain pushing those interests. And yes, Rocky Mountain may or may not implement it all, but what I do know is if we stop talking to them, they probably won't, because why would they? We're not there asking them to do it. We need a seat at their table. Now, the round table itself, again, that's how this stuff works. You need a round table. That's the FAA guideline in their process. I think it's something we need to do. Whether it's a leadership role we take or not, I fully understand why we would have a leadership role. We are the aggrieved party. We are the people who are looking for relief for the residents. And if you were to look around and say, who should step up and lead this roundtable? Common sense says it's us, because we're the ones looking for the most change. So I am not opposed to us taking a leadership role there. I think we absolutely need to participate. My preference going forward is, yes, we participate in a roundtable. We work with Louisville and other municipalities. We share the cost, absolutely, but I am absolutely not opposed to putting money into it. But I want us to continue with a consultant presence working with the airport, and we'll have to define a different contract, but I don't want us to lose the gains we've had when we're appearingly close to getting at least some concessions.
So I mentioned the contract not to stall future work, but more because that, to me, I realize we have 10 minutes left, but that to me is direction I'd like our town staff to take immediately, is following up with the consultants and saying, hey, where's the rest of the work you promised us that you didn't deliver? They're on the hook to deliver that to us. And I don't want to stall future work on roundtables or anything else, but I want to make sure that they're clear that they haven't fulfilled the terms of their work.
So, question for Matt: what is the current status of work with the consultants? I mean, are they feeling like they're done, report delivered, or?
I haven't had those discussions with them, but
Okay.
I've discussed this with Laura. We will have a discussion.
Have we made a final payment to them? on the agreed?
I haven't seen an invoice.
Okay. 'Cause,
I'd really like to ask
I
that we do
understand
not
where
make a final
Laura's
payment.
coming from, and because we haven't paid all the money to them, we do have the ability to go back and push them on that. You know, I'm afraid if we don't stick with the guys we've got, we're going to lose what we've accomplished so far. But to Laura's point, if we go forward with them, I think we have to work with Louisville, and we have to be very specific in our contract, because I want Laura to be comfortable with it this time and make sure that
I think
we're
our
gonna-
contract was specific on those points that they flat out didn't deliver.
Well,
It
I mean,
specifically says
the question is, do they think they delivered on
there
what
was
they
no
said they were going to
timeline
do?
anywhere in what they gave us. Like, you can't.
So let's think about this for a minute. You know, a year ago, Jeffco wouldn't even talk to us. Rocky Mountain Airport just kind of poo-pooed us. You know, we found ABC2. They got, you know, to their credit, you know, it wasn't in the contract, but they got everybody. The FAA showed up 2 weeks ago. That is unheard of for the FAA to show up at a regional meeting like this. And I credit ABC ×2 for their track record, because, you know, one of the things the FAA kept talking about was the work they're doing around the Seattle-Tacoma Airport and the interrelationship with Payne Field. That's ABC ×2 that's doing that there too. They have an incredible track record in the industry, and they told us from the beginning, this is a very weird engagement because you guys don't, the airport is not in your county, it is not in your town. We're going to do everything we can. I think, you know, Brad Walker being in here, the fact that, you know, ABC has got a great relationship already started with the ATC and the airport, that is huge. Because a lot of times what they've said is most airports, sometimes the airports, like, go pound sand. You know, so the contract, I don't disagree. You know, maybe they missed, you know, some of the expectations, but some of the things they did lay out, you know, we are gated by federal law on what can and can't be done here. You know, anything with respect to, you know, earlier turns, voluntary hours, they're definitely, you know, dangling that in front of us. And at the FAA meeting, Ansel kind of pushed back like, well, you know, we'll try to implement the voluntary hours, but early in the morning, you know, people might want to fly. So at the end of the day, I view this as a long-term progress, a long-term process. We are not going to have, there's no slam dunk here, guys. I mean, no matter which consultant we hire, the roundtable, whatever we try to do, this is a long process, and we've got to push it on every single front, both on the FAA side with our elected representatives, the FAA or the airport roundtable with all the collaboration, Boulder County commissioners, Jefferson County commissioners. Everybody's got to ante up for the airport roundtable if we want to see any hope of changes. I mean, the fact that the airport hasn't even updated its website with better maps speaks volumes to me about, they're just, right now, it's just a lot of lip service because we still don't have a lever with them.
So I think there's three things, potentially. Do we all, I think everybody directionally agrees that we're starting to coalesce around the roundtable. We should participate, but not be socked with any dollars, and certainly not a disproportionate amount of dollars. Directional head nodding on that. Number two, I think, Mark.
Well, I do not agree that we should not invest any money in it. I do think we should invest some money in it, but we only do it if other communities do so.
Proportional, so either
Yes.
none or proportional.
Yeah, if it's
But
going to
not a
happen, if we're going to have a seat at the table, we're going to have to spend money.
So I want it, before we agree to that, I would certainly, because the answer, like everything, it depends. It depends on how many dollars, depends on who else has a seat at the table. It depends if, I suspect, it seems a little unfair for Jefferson County to, pay when it's basically their airport, right? I mean, it's so they'll say, so it'll be interesting, but certainly not disproportionate. Just we paid a disproportionate share for this analysis that arguably the airport should have paid for. I think we all directionally agree that ABC has a great reputation. The work that they did for our community was a little different because it wasn't necessarily funded by other airports. Most of the work is. Their scope of work was not as carefully crafted as it should have been, and they under-delivered on their written scope of work. It doesn't necessarily mean that we hated the work that they did or think they did bad work. It just, they under-delivered. We need to continue to invest. We need somebody that understands this industry advocating on behalf of our community. Whether or not it's ABC or somebody else, I think directional head, this is the second thing, directional head nodding that we need. Somebody advocating and informing this board that is an expert, whether or not it's ABC or something else. The third thing is something that I think Mark pressed on, which is we now know that 85%, was it 85% think this is a big problem? Was that the number? Mm-hmm. And then most of those people were directionally thinking it was the propeller planes that were the biggest offenders. I think that's what most people believe. Now, Louisville, it's a little bit different because they get more of the jets, and a lot of people hate the jets and are worried about the expansion of the runway. And then Mark is also, and then there's also good data around the touch and goes. So I think Mark's suggestion to analyze the data a little bit more, and I actually think this would be a really cool project. You know, in my world, I have ADPs or research assistants that could just, you know, for almost no money, dive into this data. I almost think it's like a Boy Scout project or something. Somebody that could just crunch this data like nobody's business and then come back and say, did you know that it really is, you know, the 80-20 rule applies here, and 20% of these flight school planes are 80% of the noise complaints. So go have a meeting with these flight schools and see what they could do about making small investments in their aircraft. There's more data to be crunched. And I've tried to do it. I just don't have time. That website, the free website where you get the data and you can subscribe to get the historical data, it's hard to get, and it's hard. But somebody could do this. I think we need help crunching the data, and we probably don't have a member of staff that could do it.
Yeah. So I never kind of gave my thoughts on all this. I agree with most of your summary. I don't think that our consultants under-delivered. I disagree on that.
Where are the timelines? There was no timeline.
I don't want to get into the...
That's the contract. That's what it says in the contract.
Well, that's my opinion, and I'm going to stick with my opinion. I don't think they under-delivered. I think we can go back to them on certain points, but I heard them talk about timelines during the presentation. I don't think you can say for absolute when you're asking for people's voluntary compliance. So I don't, some
then
of
they
this
shouldn't have written it into their contract.
Okay.
And that's on them. If they promise us something, they ought to
Clint's
deliver it.
opinion is that they are the right consultant for the job. I'm supportive of continuing with them. I'm supportive of the roundtable concept. I'm supportive of our consultants continuing to work with them on voluntary compliance, which I think we can actually could achieve some of that even before the roundtable. Just last week, I'm sitting down at the Starbucks patio at the grand opening of Sunshine Animal Hospital, looking up at the sky, watching probably a dozen different loops, very tight loops of an airplane. I mean, I saw others doing longer patterns, but I've not seen that before. Now, I don't live down in that area. I'm not looking at that sky all the time, but that to me is exactly what the consultants, one of their suggestion was fly tighter loops for touch and goes, and that's what this plane was doing. And was that the result of a flight school saying, okay, we'll implement that voluntary suggestion? Was that, or were they just doing it on their own accord? I don't know, but I was encouraged by what I saw because that to me was something different than I'd seen previously. So I'm in favor of continuing with them. And
it would be helpful. So your anecdote is good, but we cannot make decisions based on anecdotes.
I agree. I would love the data to back that up.
So
I totally agree with that.
The next couple minutes, let's go with Mark's idea. How do we take the data to the next level? We did a survey. I think we know what the problem is. We found all this data. We have all these great volunteers in the community that are writing down tail numbers and calling, but is this staff's problem? Are we hiring another consultant? Are we asking a Boy Scout? Are we giving this to Silk?
This is what my proposal would be as to how to get additional data for us to actually make an informed decision and take the next step is, okay, we need to understand how many flight schools are there, right? There's 3, maybe 4, right?
That never changes.
Well, the ATC said 3.
Okay,
It changes.
And I've seen 4.
I've counted 5.
Okay, so I want to know how many flight schools there are, right? By name, okay? How many planes do each flight school have? You know, how many does each school have by tail number? Okay, you know, what's the year? What's the make and model of each plane? Right? And then I want to get data on, you know, historical data on, and how often are those planes used? Right? Are they all used equally? Are some used more than others? Are some maybe cheaper to fly because they're older, and then the newer ones are more expensive, so that the older ones are getting used more. And then have an idea as to, you know, what the kind of decibels generated from the operation of the plane. And then really try to identify who the problem child, you know, which is the problem child, flight school or aircraft. And I think then we'll actually be equipped with, now we have an understanding, okay, there's 2 of these flight schools aren't a problem at all. And we're, you know what, we're painting with a broad brush, and we don't want to do that, because if they're being good neighbors and they're the ones who, like Clint is seeing, are actually adjusting their flight path, we want to commend them.
Right.
And say, you know what, you guys are being great neighbors. Thank you for flying modern aircraft and
right, they're doing their maneuvers over open space.
Exactly.
Right.
You know, but then there's, you know, this other flight school that is flying, you know, older aircraft that isn't adjusting their, you know, their flight path at all, and you know, they're flying these older. Okay, so now let's have a discussion with those folks and say, do you understand the impact that this is actually causing to the community, and is there anything that we can do, you know, partnering with you, you know, to maybe address the impact? Because I agree with you, Kevin. I think the 80-20 rule is generally applicable in most circumstances. And I think if we looked at it here, we would find that 80% of the impact is caused by 20% of the inputs. But we just don't have that data right now. So that's kind of how I would
how do we
recommend.
get it?
Well, I would recommend the consultants go for it and do an
Pose that
analysis.
question to the consultants. I mean, I think they are probably the best equipped to give us to gather and give us real data that we can believe in. I think if we get it from other sources, there will be question as to perhaps the validity of it. So I think we need to hear from them as to, okay, here's what you want. How do we get that? How reasonable or realistic is that to even get that? Maybe it's easy, maybe it's not. I don't know. But I think that's a good summary.
Yeah, I think writing that down, I think you articulated probably most of the variables that we're trying to capture, you know, over some historical timeline, you know, how many planes, age, type, you know, spending some time writing that down, putting that in front of the consultant, saying, is this the type of data that are available, and if so, how? And frankly, you know, we have so many members of the community that have spent a lot of time. Let's ask them about what they need. And obviously, you know, we can't shut down the airport. You know, we don't have full legislative control over the airport. So at this point, we're still in a data gathering. And
I think if we can crowdsource this information and also just say, okay, this is the data that we've gathered, and we've identified that there's, you know, 3 of 20 airplanes that are, you know, typically used in flight training that are from the 1960s, right? And 4 are from the 1970s. And these are the tail numbers. And okay, residents, like, here's what we've identified, and now pay attention going forward. When you're looking at the radars live and you're noticing that this is really being loud, let's try to tick and tie this to actual, you know, impacts on residents. And okay, yeah, tail number, you know, N9579 is really loud, and it's, you know, this one particular flight school, and that's the problem here.
Okay. I'd like to offer an opportunity for public comment.
So it is
if you'd
11,
like to.
we had said a hard stop at 11.
Well, we also have a resident that's been sitting here for 4 hours, so I'd like to give her the courtesy of an opportunity to speak. If anybody needs to leave, you can go ahead and go. Can you come up to the podium, please? Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank everybody in the community.
Do you mind starting with your name? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Karen Filardo, and I know you've heard from me a lot, but I really appreciate the work that you've done and that the HOA has done too. There's a group of us that have gotten to be very close friends and very much of a community here in Superior and also in Louisville. And we work together very well and do a lot of research. And some of them are very detailed, and we could offer you a lot of information that you're requesting through email, and I will pass that on to my friends to do that. I think that's an excellent suggestion. Most of the time, we're concerned that it's taking so long, and with the 757 that came just last week that landed and then took off, we're concerned that our MMA is sneaking under the radar to bring in passenger planes, that there's going to be 757s, 737s, and that's a real concern for a lot of people. So it's not just the flight schools that people are concerned about, it is the jets. And it's the Shell Air that they're going to be coming here to refuel. So there's a lot of information that people have uncovered of what's happening at the airport and what they're doing that I think would really benefit the town. So I know I'm very emotional about it, and I appreciate it. I appreciate what you're doing to try to help us, because I love this town and I don't want to have to move. Our house is paid for. We want to leave when they have to carry us out the door. And I love working and trying to help my community. I spent several hours this last weekend delivering voter guides. So I just urge you to continue to do what you're doing and to keep our skies quiet if you can. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, anything else before we adjourn?
So I've got two small asks that I don't think people would necessarily object to. I think Mr. Walker, when he was here this evening, did make a good point. I think moving the project under Matt's office, whether it's you or Martin, we've all been in meetings where for literally no other reason, a title makes a difference in getting work done. So I think Matt, either you or Martin, taking a more intimate role in this project, I think that does make sense, and would match Louisville's effort with Megan Davis as the deputy manager over there. And then also, I wasn't around when Kendra drafted her initial opinions on our airport. I believe Airport Noise Solutions, I think that was drafted before we were elected, just to make sure we're covering all bases and to ensure we have all solutions run down. I'd appreciate if we could also have Kendra meet with a specialist in the field to ensure that the assumptions we are operating under are correct and that we don't have other options at our disposal.
Okay. Anyone else?
You're asking for a second opinion, and I think you're sort of asking for a second opinion.
As many opinions as one.
Directionally, because I get a lot of opinions from council. If you ask council to check with an expert, sometimes that works, but you might be better off asking a different council. So if you'd like a quote second opinion, I think I'd be supportive of it, and I don't think Kendra would take it personally, whether or not we do it through Kendra or somebody else.
The mechanism does not matter to me. I'm looking for a second opinion to make sure we're operating under proper assumptions from our legal avenues.
Right. I think it's a great point. We should be exploring every remedy that's available to us. This is a big pickle. Okay. We're in a pickle.
Yeah. All right. Other comments? All right. With that, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks.